The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience for your love with a cold hard hatred.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I'd like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
We ride at 5, ladies and gentlemen. Today, featured stories. It's all about Trump and the attempted assassination by an anti-white pig. The Go Free lesson of the day: what is blind sight in the Go Free stratagem? Your comments, calls, questions, and Twitter space. And then there's this. A man and a woman were approaching their 50th wedding anniversary. To celebrate, the woman decided she would cook a big dinner for her husband. Then he said that they should do what they did on their wedding night and eat at the dinner table naked. The woman agreed. On their anniversary night at the table, the woman says, "Frank, my boobies are as hot for you as they were 50 years ago." Frank replies, "Madge, hun, they're sitting in your soup." And that's what happens. That's what age does to us, ladies and gentlemen. It is wonderful to see you on this glorious Sunday gathering. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. We are across from Mordor on the Potomac, as you can see over my shoulder right there, just beyond the brain in a frame, as you can see. And we have some very serious things to discuss over the course of this gathering today. In a parallel universe, everything is very, very different, and it gets more serious by the moment. We're going to be covering that material. I want to hear from you all. Tag me as No White Guilt over the course of this gathering. You can do so on Twitter, on the chat. You can also do so on the thread underneath of this live stream on Twitter. And if you are on Twitter, or you could hop back over, share the stream, because Twitter is gagging the ever-living crap out of me and the work that we're doing here. Odd that you can tweet about dogs. You can tweet. You could have 5,000 followers. You could have 50 followers. Tweet about a dog, and all of a sudden you have 5 million views. And it's pretty common kind of thing. That it's almost like Musk is pushing the exact same garbage that we get out of that Chinese platform here in the West, although not the same back in China. It's kind of like the identical thing that Musk is doing. Please do that, and share, and give a like as well. We only have so much time. The bullets are not only flying for Donald Trump, they are flying for all of us, as the great Biospirit of the West noted in his meme. Ladies and gentlemen, you can tag me as No White Guilt also over here on Entropy. Tag me on DLive, on Odyssey, on Rumble, on YouTube, and I will be keeping an eye on all of these platforms. You can also financially gift on Entropy and Cash Dollars. I'll be looking for your financial gifts there over the course of this gathering. Why? Because we need a white ADL. We need a white APAC. We need a white or Westman-centric organization to serve white well-being on planet Earth. Financially gift. Let the big potential donors out there see that ordinary, everyday folks out of their ordinary, everyday paychecks are financially gifting. And so the big folks, they can step up while there is still time. It's not going to be enough to get a politician that you like into office for another several years. It's just not going to be enough. You can financially gift over at Rumble, no more than $1, please. On DLive in their cryptocurrency, on Odyssey in their cryptocurrency, library tokens or Cash Dollars, on Cash App, over on Subscribestar. I will be checking all of those over the course of the gathering. If you would like to financially gift once a month, you can head on over to Gumroad. You can head on over to Subscribestar. You can find those options and others over at nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org, where you can click on the financial gift tab and you will see that we have cryptocurrency wallets, we have a snail mail address, we have monthly financial gifting options, and we also have the 501c3, the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org or .com, where you can financially gift in these United States and get a tax break. And you can also recommend this the Foundation for White Wellbeing to your employer to be added among the other 501c3s that the employees at your employer, your place of business, are able to financially gift, especially when the employer will match those financial gifts. Please look into that. We want to create the white positive ADL, the white positive APAC. We want the white positive entity like this to exist with the formula that works, the didactic formula with the dialectics and lexicon that we use here, proven successful ever since the beginning. We continue to improve the stratagem. Could you imagine if we have big dollars behind it, what we could actually do? So it's wonderful to see everybody here today. Cassie is here. She says, got you covered down in Georgia. Wonderful to see you. Nat Quinn, Cindy Ben, Janice is here. Spud Ruckus, Hyperborean Dream, Handel is here. Recon is here. Corey is here. The great Franklin is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see you all. Azimuth Clark, make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. ForNull is here. Madge's boobies are in her soup, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, and this is what 50 years of marriage would be a wonderful thing. To be married that long to someone, be in a happy marriage. Melody Dawn, at that point, you are beyond the looks and you are best friends and you get along. You should, if you've made it that long. Although some couples have stayed together for the good of the children and the family unit, and an extremely admirable thing to do, even if they don't like each other anymore. First Last is with us. Samuski is here. Bob's Dole Bananas are here. Kingdom of Vinland. Why don't we go ahead? Melody Dawn, Anglo-Saxon NWG, as I read through the live chat. Would you kind of Saxony? What do you all think? There's Yiz the Unifier. TJ is here. What do you all think about yesterday? Where were you when you heard the news? This is kind of, July 13, 2024 will be it's a day of infamy, but also a day of blessing. Maybe the first pages of a day of reckoning. It's yet to be played out, and we're going to see the role that we are going to play in that story moving forward. Here, all heroes, and the work we do, not just observing what goes on in the world and what happens with others, but actually participating and being the heroes in our stories, and therefore the hero in the story of the West. Let me go ahead and pull up our first item, and we will have a look at a bit of an overview. And if I'm behind at all in any of this information, because there are updates coming all the time, please let me know. Yesterday, around 6:11 p.m., Donald Trump was nearly assassinated. He was struck by the assassin's bullet, and it struck him in the ear as it rifled by his head at 3,300 feet per second from an AR-15, one of the most popular firearms in the United States. Well within the envelope of the range of that weapon, somewhere around 500 yards. It is a useful weapon, very accurate, and the assassin situated no more than one football field, including the end zones, just 10 more yards than that. So we all have seen an American football field. Imagine the American football field from the back of the end zone to the back of the end zone. And that is how close the assassin was with as we understand, a scope on an AR-15, a .223 round, 3,300 feet per second, creating a magnificent shockwave. And there is even a photograph that purports to show the shockwave of the bullet flying past the head of Donald Trump and our president. And although mistaken, so many mistaken that it was photographed about to hit Donald Trump. No, indeed, it was going the other direction. And you can tell from that with what appears to be the tail on the shockwave, and or if the camera was not, and I'm still not quite sure about this. There's a lot of details and a lot of information still being revealed. Fast enough to capture it, perhaps this was actually the flesh of, or some of it, the flesh of Donald Trump as the bullet tore through, and a vacuum created therein tore through the ear of Donald Trump, who, by the grace of God, moved his head milliseconds before the bullet, millimeters from striking him in the skull, tore through his head. Secret Service rushes Trump out of Pennsylvania rally after shots are fired. If you have not seen the moment yet, which would be pretty surprising if you haven't seen the video, we will show you that right now.
That's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Two weeks after a successful debate performance against a corpse in chief, Donald Trump, on his way to become the Republican nominee for president, a shoo-in at this point, just the beginning of this week in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, this coming week. So tomorrow, beginning, selected as the Republican nomination for the Republican office, Republican standard bearer for the office of president, this coming week, was struck by an assassin's bullet on the side of his head. You saw him reach up to his right ear after the bullet had passed through the ear, and the sound coming in at 767 miles an hour at sea level, and 70 degrees, 68 degrees is, I think, how they measure it. Sound speed, the sound coming moments later over the 130 yards, so a football field, including the end zones, essentially, is how I will refer to it from now on, since that's only 10 more yards than that distance. If we were to tack 5 more yards onto either side and then draw the end zones that wide, you would not be able to tell the difference. So a football field, an American football field with its end zones. And you see him raise his hand to his ear. The Secret Service then, in my opinion, and in the opinion of others, rushing onto the stage a bit late after the sound had arrived, but maybe more late than you'll imagine. So a moment in time where, or than you could imagine, a moment in time where you have Donald Trump poised, having defeated almost all of the lawfare that has been waged against him at this point. You have both criminal and private cases, or civil cases against Trump falling on their face. The endless slanders by the anti-white media since 2016, the endless slanders about Trump as Hitler, and Trump as a monster, Trump as the devil, Trump needing to be killed. Indeed, Biden days earlier saying that crosshairs or a target had to be put on Donald Trump. After all of this, finally, at the moment when the RNC is going to select him as their nominee, an assassin's bullet, ladies and gentlemen, almost explodes his head on live television. That's what would have happened with a .223 round traveling at that speed from that proximity. The vacuum created, tearing through the back of his skull, severing the brain stem from an evaporated entirety of the back of his head would have exploded his head on his left side, our right side, on live television. And it would have been there for all time. We were this close. And the good Lord stepped in. No one can imagine otherwise, the odds here. That the good Lord stepped in, and that 223 round ripped through his ear instead of the visual cortex, part of the larger cortex on the back of his brain, which would have obviously killed him instantly. There would have been no hope for repairing those injuries. Indeed, one of those rounds struck a Trump supporter in the stands directly behind Donald Trump. And according to an ER surgeon who attempted to render aid to this person who was struck in the head by one of these rounds, blood was everywhere, and so were his brains. 2 other people were critically injured during the shooting. I am guessing, I've been speculating from the beginning, by way of the assassin's bullets, who put at least 2 rounds immediately down range. One of them, it's being speculated now, and perhaps you all can fill me in if you know, striking Donald Trump in the chest and therefore his bulletproof vest. Although this would have to be a really top-of-the-line bulletproof vest to stop that round at that proximity. He doesn't appear to be struck in the chest to me. He lowers his elbow closer to his side after he reaches to his ear, but probably because he was just trying to protect his vital organs instinctually from what he was realizing at that point were gunshots that were coming his direction. He then throws himself to the ground, and the Secret Service, I believe, doing a poor job, although they're being praised across the media, arriving late, refer only to Ronald Reagan. And this was in the 80s when Hinckley shot Ronald Reagan, and how swiftly the Secret Service was on top of Reagan and on top of the shooter. It was instantaneous. Here, it seemed not only as a consequence of the magnitude of the assassination attempt, but it literally seemed slow motion for them to finally get to the stage. Why aren't there athletic Secret Service agents? Why are there 5'5" female Secret Service agents that, when they're standing around Trump, and you'll see in a moment, leave Trump literally head and shoulders still in the crosshairs of any assassin's bullet? And we'll talk about that a little bit later today if we have time. Why are there wide-hipped, fat-assed, slow-moving female Secret Service agents at all, much less who are tasked with throwing their bodies to become corpses in between their protectee and the assassin? You need people who are lightning to be able to do this. Absolutely, somebody like me to be able to do that job. You don't need some slow, fat-assed, fat-hipped female because of anti-whiteism. And that's how we get there, isn't it? White erasing white people, specifically white males, from the employment, from universities, from government contracts, from business, from promotion, from hiring. White erasure is how we get to the point of having little girls, fat-ass little girls, tasked with throwing their bodies. You know, fuck this. We need rapid-moving, aggressive white men who are going to be able to throw their bodies in the way of the assassin's bullets. That's what we need. No little girls. And like I said, we'll get into it a little bit later. There's a lot to talk about here. But you hear as I play a little bit more of this clip, you hear the Secret Service agents surround Trump. You hear them say the shooter is down. And they know this because one of the Secret Service agents have at this point shot the assassin. But we're going to be getting into about when did they shoot the assassin? And why did they shoot the assassin at that point, at that moment? And why not earlier? And then you'll see them carrying out a very awkward attempt to take the president away from harm. They don't know if or at least ostensibly, they don't know if there are more assassins present. But then you'll see Donald Trump, the hero, Donald Trump, the champion, Donald Trump, who on this day, for the good of all Americans, but I believe specifically white Americans, specifically Western civilization, raise his fist in defiance. For everyone out there that wants to say, F this guy, and he's a shill for the Jews and all this, you are a cowardly mutt. You are a cowardly dog. This is a real man. He's going to end up doing the will of the people who are giving him hundreds of millions of dollars, because that's reciprocity, dipshit. That's how it works. If you want it to work a different way, then the white race, the selfishly individualistic white race, has to become a people. And then we can give our politicians hundreds of millions of dollars with a singular purpose in mind: the welfare of Western kind. If you are going to sit around and complain that other groups of people are able to do this, you are garbage, you are AIDS, you are a loser, and no one should ever listen to what you have to say. This man is an absolute hero. He may not want or to defend the white race. He may not give a damn about white people in general as anything different than just another American. That doesn't matter to us. We don't need Donald Trump to give a damn for white people specifically. We're not in a position to compel him to sit down and have a conversation with him. If I were Miriam Adelson, I'm sure, but I'm not, because white people aren't given that kind of money to a white positive ADL. If I were, I would have the money and therefore the influence and the success of the stratagem I created with all of you to sit down with Donald Trump and explain how important it is to fight anti-whiteism and how it benefits everyone in America. I would then be in that position. We're not able to do that. But that doesn't mean that Donald Trump is not in the way of the anti-whites. Indeed, he is so much in the way of anti-whites and anti-whiteism because he's not anti-white enough. He is so much in their way that everything that you have seen lied about him, said about him, the traducement, the lawfare of various types, civil and criminal, where they interpret, so-called professionals interpret law to mean something diametrically opposite to what it actually says, with no concern, with no repercussion for themselves, with enduring all of that, and then an assassin's bullet centimeters away. And I feel sorry for all of the Americans. They're out there saying, they're like, an inch, centimeters. What are you even talking about? A 30-second. Learn your goddamn unit of measurement. A 30-second away from blowing his head up, and he feels the blood streaming down his head. And this guy has the awareness and the fight inside of him enough to say to the Secret Service detail, hold on, I'm going to put my shoes on like a man. Obviously, when he goes down, the shoes come off, and he's tackled by them. I'm going to put my shoes on like a man, and then, hold on, I'm going to raise my fist up and tell these people might be my last chance to tell them. He doesn't know if he's dead right then. Do you understand? He doesn't know if he's dead. He doesn't know if he's struck through the heart. He doesn't know. My father was shot. My father was shot and bled out profusely. Hours. It's not like the movies. Donald Trump didn't know if he was dead. And he said with what could have been his final words, fight, fight, fight.
Move it there. Hold. When you're ready. On you.
Ready?
Move. Move. Go.
Hawkeye's here.
Move it to the stand.
Get ready.
You ready?
Some kind of SWAT. I don't know if it's federal, state, or local. On the stage there.
Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move?
He just said, shooters down, we're good to move.
We're clear.
Let's move. Let's move.
We're clear.
Right now, you're not aware of it, but a man sitting right up somewhere in this part of the stands, as far as I understand, unless I can be corrected, I believe this is exactly the part of the stands where it is dead. His head was exploded. He threw his body on top of his wife and daughter. To protect them. And one of the rounds struck him in the head.
Come on. Let me get my shoes.
There he's saying right there, let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes.
Hold that in your head, buddy.
So we got to move to the class.
Look at this little girl here. Look at this. What can you see right there? Thanks to her. And this is all seriousness. I'm not trying to be flippant at all. What can you see right there? Thanks to her. Donald Trump's face. If there were another assassin from the other side, he's dead.
What's up?
There he is. Fist in the air, yelling, fight. How is the front of him becoming available with this female? How is that even possible? Fist in the air right there. Look at that. We're going to go back to some video about these little girls right here. A fleet of 5'5", lard-ass, wide-hipped little girls out there playing Secret Service agent. And the big question, of course, being, why the hell are they there? We know why. We're going to continue here. Tag me as No White Guilt. I want to get your input, what you know so far. Make this as interactive as possible. Masumik is here. Proud citizen of Western civilization, you should be the director of the Secret Service. Well, thank you. I should be the director of the Secret Service. But a female by the name of, I think it's Kimberly Cheadle, is in charge of the Secret Service. Another female is in charge of the Secret Service. And this is because of white erasure. White erasure. Maybe Annie Oakley would be okay for leadership of the Secret Service. But there are not going to be many females to find without white erasure. So it's not DEI, as so many cucks out there are saying, cuck content creators. It's not an abstraction. It's not a name that they can change 2 weeks later, like where they just renamed the department and recreated the department in the DOJ that Stephen Miller had taken down after shit tons of money had been spent legally to do that. And they just put it back up with a new name. And they even say this is the same department working with the same outside entities. We showed you. No, this is not DEI, or as it should be, if you're going to mention it at all, DIE. It's white erasure as a consequence of anti-whiteism. So Kimberly Cheadle. Kimberly, oh, could you imagine the head of the Secret Service should have a cruel sounding manly name. It shouldn't be, or at least neutral. It shouldn't be Kimberly heads up the cheering squad. Kimberly leads the fundraiser for the dance team. Kimberly Cheadle should not be in charge of the Secret Service. That's white erasure. Former President Donald Trump was injured. And if you're having a hard time appreciating the gravity of this, the solemnity of this, the magnitude of what we're talking about here and what happened yesterday, July 13, 2024, then something is broken in you. Something is defective in you. So just know that. Get yourself some help. Go to a therapist. Work on yourself. Former President Donald Trump was injured and rushed off stage by the U.S. He was shot. And who made the point on the thread? Was it Boris Bulldog? Made the point that if this were Obama, who was shot through the ear, they would all be saying, all the media, and we'll be getting to some of what the media said about this anti-white media, we'll be getting to what they said, and what they say has outcomes. What they say produces results in the population. And I submit that indeed we saw the results just yesterday of what they said. Indeed, there is a historical parallel to this. But what the media says matters. And if this had been Barack Obama, it would have been that Barack was shot and that he survived the assassin's bullet and that the bullet was intended for all black people and by extension, all non-white people and by extension, all privileged groups. And by extension, the evil people are white, heteronormative, healthy, Christian, country-loving people. But Donald Trump, and they're like, he fell down, scratched his ear. Prompter blew up, glass scratched his ear. He was shot by an assassin. That is what the title should be on all of the, especially alternative content creators. He was shot by an assassin. Not an attempted assassinate. He was shot by an assassin. Shots were fired and may have hit him. This was, look, it's updated. Is that, where's the rest of this? FBI has officially confirmed that the dead shooter's name was Thomas Matthew Crooks. FBI has identified Thomas Matthew Crooks, 20, of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, as the subject involved in the assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump on July 13 in Butler, Pennsylvania. This remains an active and ongoing investigation, and anyone with information that may assist with the investigation is encouraged to submit photos or videos online at the FBI. I'm sure the FBI are working real hard on this. The same FBI completely involved up to their eyeballs in the Russia hoax and covering for Hillary Clinton and everything else under the sun that's anti-white as all hell. Spending all of these years since Patriots Day now, hunting down every grandma and grandpa who got a selfie in front of the Capitol building on Patriots Day, investigating them, building cases against them, fraudulently interpreting the law against them, and throwing them in prison. That's that FBI. The same FBI who surrounds homes of Christians who oppose abortion and storm the home, shooting the pets, guns raised, threatening to shoot everybody in the family, the children, the infants, the elderly. That FBI, the same FBI that doesn't go after any of these anarchist, these balaclava wearing anti-whites, and when they do, they overcharge them so they can walk, or they undercharge them and then they drop the charges and they walk. That FBI. You think they'll be investigating this with a lot of verve, with a lot of energy? That same FBI. And none of it, because I know there are so many. I want you to understand, this is for the special forces, what we do here, not the special needs. If you're looking for, there's a guy, or there are a couple guys, or there's a race of people that are behind it, then you need to yourself to hell. You're too dumb to be here to understand what's really going on in the world. And that's why we have reached this place. The white race is literally too midwittery to get it. They are too midwit to get it. And that's why we're here today. That's why we get to the point where everybody has all the faith in this golden lion or orange lion, and people are wondering, just vote for him, and then he's just opposed by this person. If you just get rid of that person, it's a phenomenon that is beyond your intellect. If you don't understand it, if you're looking for a guy or a couple of guys or a race of people, then you're in the wrong place because you're too stupid to understand. And that's why this continues. Your strategy implemented for generations has gotten us here. Just know that. Has gotten us to this point where anybody who is going to remotely get in the way of anti-whiteism, the march of anti-whiteism to white erase Western kind from the countries of our making, will be destroyed with lawfare, with slander, with lies, with calumny, with assassins' bullets. Next week's Republican convention will be held 2 blocks away from the site where President Teddy Roosevelt, I didn't even know about that, survived an assassination attempt in 1912. Okay, so here's your parallel. Teddy Roosevelt, a Republican, back in 1912, as you see there, and isn't that odd as well? These very strange, like, parallels that happen throughout human existence. Teddy wants to run for a badass of, monumental proportions, okay? Wants to run, Rough Riders, you don't know, I'm not going to tell you right now. This isn't a high school level history class. We're doing adult things to recapture the destiny of Western kind here. So Teddy wants to run again. 2 terms, he wants to run again. The nation loves him and wants him, right? The Republican electorate wants him. Many Democrats want him. The nation wants Teddy to continue fighting for America. But powerful people, anti-whites in the media, in these different industrialist circles, they don't want Teddy again. He's too American. He's too much for the American people, i.e. white people, and the non-white people that we gave citizenship to. You're welcome, by the way. I don't owe you shit. White people don't owe you shit. If your hand is out, we'll fucking cut it off. Thanking us. So Teddy wants to run again. He says he's going to run even though there's no law, he can run again. Republican Party says, no, we're going to fracture and we're going to destroy your chances of winning. Teddy goes out on the campaign. He is struck with an assassin's bullet in the chest, ending up inches from his heart. The bullet remained there the rest of his life, exacerbating his arthritis that he already had, lodged in the bone of one of his ribs. After this badass was shot, he felt up around his chest, found the hole, and pointed out glibly that, oh, he pinked me. He put a hole in me, but I'm not going to stop. He went on to give his speech. He went on to continue advocating for the American population. He didn't stop. They left the bullet there, just like they did in my father. That's how much of a badass this was. Nothing going to stop him. That is the same type of masculine energy that you see in Donald Trump right there. And that, I submit to you, is the reason why not only is that the masculine energy that the white race needs, but that masculine energy right there is the reason why social media is absolutely fraught with female anti-whites going hysterical with rage over him not dying. Ladies and gentlemen, if there was ever a time to bring back the witch burnings, it is these days. That's a joke, okay? But if there was ever a time to bring it back, it's these days. This gynocentric, anti-white, female, misandristic, male, masculine-hating energy that exists in the world has to be stamped back down and put back in that box and never allowed out again. You're going to open that box and all the woes, as the story goes, come out into the world. Well, no shit. The insanity of those who think with their emotions. Absolute insanity. You look out on social media, and we have a select few to look at. A select few. It's a veritable tsunami of anti-white females losing their minds over the masculine energy that you see right there. The man jumps to his feet, fist in air. Fight, fight, fight. Not knowing whether he's dead. Any men out there felt what I felt in this moment. And you know exactly what I'm about to say. Shame that you weren't there to fight with him. If you didn't feel that and you're male, you got a lot of growing to do. Maybe you're never going to get there. That's fine. Not everybody is meant to be a man of the West. But that deep shame for sitting in some office chair or on some sofa while the fight is being waged, that is what a real man of the West feels at a moment like that. And I can tell you, I was struck deeply by it. Interestingly enough, and there he is right there. Because the Republican Party was split, because the anti-whites in big industry and the Republican Party, etc. Oh, yeah, they were around. But Jason, it didn't happen until Jewish people came here. Shut up. We're sick and tired of hearing from you pipsqueak, little midget-sticked, midget-witted losers. You need only read. You need only be able to look back and know what anti-whiteism actually is to see that it was present and profound. Even then, do you think things happen in the course of human events like a light switch, you goddamn tard farm imbeciles? None of you deserve to have a vote, a voice, social media account. You are nothing but aids to the white race. Interestingly enough, who won as a consequence of the anti-whites? The Democrat Woodrow Wilson. What was the year? (1912). Does anybody else know anything interesting about that? I will read a quote. If it shows up here, let's see. Is the quote over here or not? Woodrow Wilson I guess it might not be here. I was thinking it would be there. But, well, wait. Here is a legitimately sourced, adduced quote from Woodrow Wilson. The Federal Reserve Act, which I signed, allowed our system of credit to become too concentrated. The growth of the nation and all our activities are in the hands of a few men who, even in their action, be honest and intended for the public interest, are necessarily concentrated upon the great undertaking in which their own money is involved. We have restricted credit, we have restricted opportunity, we have controlled development, and we have come to be one of the worst ruled, controlled, and dominated governments in the civilized world. A government run by the opinion of small groups of dominant men. The Federal Reserve Act, which gave the right to print and control the money in the United States to another centralized bank, not the first one in the United States. Andrew Jackson saved us prior to that one. 80 years of freedom the United States had. 80 years of freedom. And there are those out there who think we need more mealy-mouthed losers. The crowd, as Donald Trump was led away, started chanting USA, USA. And the agents inched Mr. Trump toward the stairs. President Trump, bitch. When they reached the top step, they paused once more. Mr. Trump could lift his arm a little higher, pump his fist a little faster. The crowd roared louder. Mr. Trump would not leave the stage without signaling to his fans that he was okay, which he didn't even know yet. Even as some, and those who have been in serious accidents and injuries can attest that you don't know the extent of your injuries immediately. You don't know how bad a shape you are. And there are plenty of stories of people being dead and not realizing it yet. And of course, that's sort of colloquially or euphemistically said, because dead there is used loosely. They're dying. There's no way to save them. So they're dead. He didn't wave or nod. He raised his fist in defiance above his bloodied face, making an image history will never forget. That's your update. Secret Service did not show up for the first press conference. The FBI were there and had a lot of, we can't comment yet. And so, of course, were the Pennsylvania police. Why don't we get into this a little bit more? Let's take a look at the actual fairground and where the shooting took place. It was the Butler Farm Show in Butler, Pennsylvania, fairground, which is where this took place. Take a look at what you all have to say or are saying at the moment. Please give a like. Please give a share. We're going to be silenced, and we are being silenced by, I'm sure, the exact same people giving the orders to the Secret Service, the exact same kind of folks, the exact same thinking that moves through the FBI. Because we are the only community that has something that works. Everything else has failed, and they'll happily direct you in those directions. Hello to Daughter of Eve, saying hello over here on the chat on Twitter. Everybody else who shows up there. Tag me as No White Guild across any of these platforms. I want to hear what you have to say. What were your feelings? Where were you? How did it strike you when you got this news about the assassin's bullet striking Donald Trump and his injuries, the extent of his injuries, which is how we should view this. He was hit by the assassin's bullet. He has injuries, and they are not life-threatening. Thank the good Lord. So let me go ahead and pull up and see if it will pull up. I'm not 100% sure. I've not tried that before, but I think it will. Okay. Can we all see that? Maybe I'll make it a little bigger on the screen. So you'll be able to see it a little better. All right. Here we are. This is the Butler Farm Show Incorporated field property as indicated on Google Earth. Proud Citizen says, oh, that was from earlier. David is here. Cool Papa J Magic is here. Johnny is here. He says, I just saw on Twitter someone dropped a picture of the assassin featuring in a BlackRock commercial. I don't believe that. I mean, it's obviously going to be important to say right now that there are going to be a lot of fakes going on right now. A lot of faking going on right now. Whether or not, and you, so in other words, you should look at everything with a squinted eye. You should look at everything as though this is 99% likely to be fake. Because there are going to be people out there who have a vested interest. And there are a lot of different vested interests in various angles. There are content creators out there who will produce deep fakes, who will produce photographs to prove the arguments and that they make and the their interpretation of history, because that gets them an audience, that gets them aggrandizement, that gets them financially remunerated for the shitty content they create. This has been going on long before the internet. I used to receive, and I talk about it, long before the internet was robust enough to carry all this traffic, I used to receive bi-weekly and monthly newspapers and magazines, because that's how effectively everything that's done on the internet was communicated prior to the internet. And there were always photographs in these newspapers, in these magazines, proving this conspiracy theorist's angle or that content creator, which would be like an author or an organization leader's angle, everything under the sun. In fact, there were newspapers that would talk about specific events. And I found cases where we're talking about the same event, evidence produced to prove the different content creators right that was contradictory. The same thing you can hear on ham radio, shortwave radio from the past, the same kind of fakes. And the fakes have just gotten better and better over time. So you don't even need to theorize that there's some shadowy governmental or quasi-governmental or whatever force behind the scenes creating these things to deep fake you or to lead you astray or away. Just regular folks with vested interests. Not only that, but there are regular folks out there that are going to get a kick out of producing something that gets a bunch of people's interest and talking. And that's it. That's all they do. Why is that? Because their lives suck. Because they just want to do it for the shits and giggles. Because they go to the same motorcycle shop. Nothing wrong with working at a motorcycle shop. Follow the thinking. The same motorcycle shop working on the same carburetors day after day. Same fuel injection system day after day. And this breaks it up for them. So they're going to create a fake pictures, a fake story. They're going to drop it on this platform or that platform. And then they're going to watch where it goes and they're going to get a real kick, little snicker out of it. What do white adults have to be doing right now? We have to be saying, what can we actually know, reasonably, logically determine by the evidence that is reasonable and logical, that, furthermore, we can work with, we can do something with. If you are indulging information that you can't do anything with, you are a fucking child. That is what children do. Do you understand? So if you're like, well, the lizard people working together with the transnational Jewish Martian cabal, we're behind this, then just get into a warm bathtub. Get into a warm bathtub and take care of business. Because you're not wanted here. You're just trouble. You're just a problem. You're just going to lead people away with flights of fancy and imagination and colorful stories. It's just fiction. We have to be adults. Why is it that other races are able to be adult? They have a population in their race that's able to be an adult and look at the world as it is and what they can act upon and use that information. You go to the white race and it's it's the fucking Smurfs did it. The Smurfs, all along it was the cartoon. They were warning us. I mean, shut the fuck up. Get lost. And I'm not saying that's you, but I'm just saying, I mean, come on. The conversation is going to be about Oh, was he working for BlackRock? He's a 20-year-old. Who gives a shit? He's a 20-year-old that grew up on a steady dose of anti-whiteism. He's surrounded by anti-whites. And I'll get into what the most plausible, what the most likely, what the most tangible cause and how this happened is shortly. But that is what's tangible and real. Stop going immediately to, they flew him in from Mercury. They beamed him down after extensive training at the Mercurian military force, which oddly enough, as a Star of David, it makes sense now. It makes perfect sense. What can you do with that but be entertained? I mean, for God's sake, I'm so sick of having to lament that my race is nothing but white, soft tards. There are no real... All of you would die tomorrow, within the week, except for the true champions in this community, within a week. If they just turned off the TV, you'd still have your medicine and your bread made out of GMO and every other poison they put on it, and you would still die. Just because you are an aberration to nature. Since this something real happens, we have to take back our destiny. This is I've talked about the assassinations when it comes to the event horizon plenty of times. We're going to be going over the cliff of the event horizon. And these tards are going to be saying, oh, but the Mercurian Jewish cabal. All right. Yeah, I'm a little impatient with being an adult and trying to save our people. The great biospirit of the West is here saying amen. Hehe is here. Ryan Dawson explained there was a thing Teddy did to F over troops of ours. I don't know the specific details. Ask him. Well, but I mean, who cares? Who cares? Remember, history is a tool to serve those who are able. It's several things here. To serve those who are official history, to serve those who are in power, to maintain their power and to magnify their power. But it's also for a thinking adult leadership, the actual leadership of a people. It's also a tool to say, here is our glorious past, therefore our glorious future. Any content creator who is saying, oh no, he at one point shat in the wrong part of town, and so therefore is a fucking idiot. A total idiot. We need to be empowering our people. No one in history is going to have done everything in such a way that all future generations for all time to come are going to be able to look back and say, that was all glory. Therefore, we are able to teach him to our children. I swear to God, I am the only one, aside from the Knights of the White Table here, I'm the only one with an elevated IQ. We got content creators out there with beautiful memories, and they can remember all the history they've read and cite name and date like any high school teacher of history and civics. That kind of was the job for those people. Why are folks following them? Just go back to high school. They can't figure shit out. I'm not saying that's on you, or anything like that. You're just telling me what Ryan Dawson said. Ryan Dawson might not even be shitting on history or our history, or would argue with the point I just made. I am making a point here that might be to various degrees for those who ever took or understand geometry, tangential to the subject that was just brought up. I understand a bit more now why you have such a fire in your spirit, writes Samuski, the champion. Your father must have been a Westman like no other. Thank you for writing that. TJ said, sorry, that scream made the mic reset on lower volume. Is the mic okay now for everybody? Did it correct itself? I have defied the IRS and refused to pay them, says Samuski. Be careful about that, because they will put you in jail. And we want you out there in the world rocking it for white well-being, like the champion you are. Tokolo Shi is there. Will you kind of Saxony? Ivan the Horrible. Leonard. Does Leonard mind? Leonard. It's like, hey Ron. Leonard, a stream about fitness and nutrition from you this Tuesday. Sounds good. All right, well, thank you. That's probably what we'll do. We'll see. Wasn't saying that he was working for BlackRock. No, Johnny, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying you bringing that up. Okay, Slaughtz just let me know the mic is fine now. Thank you very much for that, good sir. The great Slaughtz is with us. I'm not saying you're saying that. You just brought it up, and it was a topic for me to cover because it's obviously, I'm sure as you noted, problematic for our people and ascertaining what we can do. Please like and share. People are not going to be hearing, our people are not going to be hearing productive breakdown, a productive, not just, I mean, you might find it entertaining, a Westman who is white or Westman centric getting fired up and impassioned and supplying a constructive way of how to deal with this in our world. You might find that entertaining, but it's not about entertainment. So we need to get this message, though, to as many people, many of our people out there as possible, so that the special warfare operators can step up, step out of the special needs tardom that's out there in the world, because time is running out. No W Guilt is here. Great to see you. Nameless One is here. Mark is here. Great to see you all. Infinity Plus. What's my favorite Slayer album? We'll have to come back to that another time, but good question. Melody saying the audio is great too. Thank you. Franklin as well on the feedback. Thank you. TJ saying it corrected itself. Thank you. The downfall of our society. Thank you for your leadership in white well-being. Well, thank you for that appreciation. All right, let's continue. Here you go. You're looking at the map. That is visible, right, for all to see. I can't see myself. Is that visible for everybody? This is the Butler Farm Show Incorporated Fairground. Can you see my cursor? Is it possible to see my cursor? Do I have to reopen the screen? Let me know if you can see the cursor on the screen. Can you see this? I'm going back and forth with the cursor. Up here on the left is the Butler Farm Show Incorporated. Okay, TJ, thank you. So when this first happened, by the way, just as an aside, I had people reach out to me and they were like, hey, something just happened to Trump. Turn it on right away. It literally just happened. I turned it on. And we're just over, by the way, 24 hours of Trump being shot. And I turn it on. And when I heard it, the very first words out of my mouth, because I'm an adult male of the West, a Westman, were, this is a firearm that is close with a suppressor or far, potentially also with a suppressor. So a silencer, popularly known as, ends up being far, but not far enough. This is where I immediately open this map, find out where it is. And a big thank you to Kate for so much of the information that I pulled up on this. And so here we go. Here's the Butler show. And I find out that the shooter was on a building a rooftop for something called ARG. I think it was, well, it says it right here, International. ARG International. It's a company that makes plastics and glass and primarily produces, I think, drinking water bottles. Okay. So I'm looking at this map and I'm thinking, the shooter was on one of these roofs and Trump is right here. That's insane. How could the Secret Service allow a roof to be open here, over here? How could they allow a roof to be open over here and then Trump to be speaking over here? Except that's not where Trump was speaking. Trump was speaking right here. Ladies and gentlemen, his rostrum was right here. This is the roof. A football field away. This is where the shooter, right here, was where the shooter was laying on the roof. And this is where Trump was. No way that was an oversight. My opinion, I'm allowed to give my opinion. YouTube, I'm allowed to give my opinion. No way. Now, Republicans are already calling for investigations. And how many of you want to bet that the conclusions are going to be, it was an oversight. There wasn't enough manpower, and this needs to be checked in the future. Bullshit. This is the only roof that you could shoot him from. You couldn't shoot him from these roofs. They were right behind him. This is it. It's one football field away. No way this was an oversight. No way it was a lack of manpower. This roof was left uncovered. One football field away from Donald Trump. Now, for those out there who don't understand firearms and shooting and what an AR-15 is and what a .223 round is and what 3,300 feet per second is, an AR-15 .223 round is accurate for 500 yards. So 4 times further than this. 4 times further than this. Now, what does, you might be thinking to yourself, what does a target look like? You don't understand guns. You've never been shooting. I understand. Many of you, thanks to anti-whiteism, have been kept from firearms. And so you're as ignorant as it gets. And that ignorant just means you don't know. You're uneducated. And you're thinking that, well, if I were standing at the back of one end zone, looking at another person at the back of the other end zone, they would look really small. Through your naked eye, they would. In a scope They're that big. In a scope, they are this big. In a scope, Donald Trump's head by itself is this fucking big. And if you have sighted properly your weapon, in other words, you've gone out with your weapon and you've made sure that what your crosshairs are on is where the bullet goes, then you are dead balls accurate. The bullet will go directly through. 500 yards is not even a situation where, excuse me, is not even a situation where in and of itself, you really have to account. And, you know, my target shooters can step up and they can provide more detail. But in my experience, you're not like having to adjust a lot for gravity and even wind. Not giant adjustments. Okay. A football field, no adjustments. Practically 2-3 round. The bullet is hitting where the crosshairs come together. You have a millisecond at 3,300 feet per second for this bullet or bullets to go from this rooftop to this rostrum where Trump is speaking. That roof, you can see them both here, zoomed in as far as Google Earth will go. This is where the shooter is lying. That's Donald Trump's head. There's no way that this was an oversight. There is no way that this was a lack of manpower. We can talk more about that, and you can share your thoughts as to what you think is or was going on there. But this is an easy shot. And I submit that this 20-year-old had successfully targeted Donald Trump's head the moment he began squeezing the trigger. But as he was squeezing that trigger and releasing that hammer on that 2-3 round, Donald Trump did this. And instead of going through this part of his skull, it went through his ear. The exact moment that he's pulling that trigger. Anyone could shoot a target from this distance. You could be brand new to firearms. And I'm guessing that Bethel, PA, it's country folk. He's probably a hunter. You know, not all anti-whites hate firearms. I know conservative content creators, they love to sit back and laugh about how they're all afraid of firearms and they wet their pants, and it's a big laugh. They're not all afraid of firearms. This anti-white mutt was probably a hunter, probably very familiar, probably grew up all around hunting. And do you know in PA, maybe you're not from PA, but when hunting season starts, when you drive down a highway in Pennsylvania, pickup trucks will line the highway and hunters will be standing literally on the side of the road with AR-15s and other rifles, shooting 2-3 rounds and other rounds out into the countryside, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of yards away downrange to hit a deer. And then they trundle themselves all the way out there and drag the carcass all the way back to their pickup truck. Has anybody in PA seen this? Any country part of Pennsylvania, that's what you see. And if you've never seen it before, you're going to be shocked. You're going to say, what the living hell? Is this World War III? No, it's called hunting season. This is a no-brainer shot. The good Lord intervened to prevent Trump's head from being blown off on live television. And we have to ask ourselves today, in the gravity, the magnitude of this moment, where would we be today if Donald Trump had died live on national television? Where would we be as Western kind? Where would we be as this community with somebody so central, so popular, so beloved, that already has legitimized one of our concepts that we successfully swashed to him and will legitimize more? Where would we be today in the defense of Western kind, the recapture of our destiny, the recapture of the United States? The Republican Party, and it doesn't matter who cares, would pick some GOP shill, the GOP shill on the momentum of they killed Trump, would easily go to the presidency, and we would get more anti-whiteism. It would never end. The foreign wars would continue. The service to Israel would continue. The war with Russia in Ukraine, until every last white Ukrainian male and boy, man and boy, and every last white Russian man and boy were dead. That's what we would get. This opportunity to legitimize the dialectics and lexicon that liberate us and non-white people from the anti-white narrative, changing the story we live our lives in, would be gone. It doesn't get any bigger than Donald Trump legitimizing these concepts, legitimizing the didactic nature of the Go Free stratagem. We would be back to just pushing, swashing on content creators, which is working fabulously. But the setback and the subsequent conflict abroad, maybe a military draft, more Raytheon, more Boeing, more defense contractors pushing their weapons of death and destruction, while more airplanes fall out of the sky, civilian airliners lose their wheels, burst into flames. 4 years that we could have had some modicum of normalcy with Trump, and the much more important legitimization or potential legitimization of the Go Free stratagem, gone in favor of maybe the final anti-white push for our people in America and good people of all races as a consequence. Shooter is ID'd, of course. Let me show you this, because this will show you, prove to you, or potentially this is Sky News.
If these pictures are what they appear to be.
That blurry spot here is the shooter. You'll see right here this little connection, this little hallway between these buildings. A giant ladder he used.
If that is a shooter deceased on top of that building 150 meters away from the rally venue, if that is the shooter who discharged the bullets.
Look right here, you'll see the orange ladder
that led to the incident inside that rally venue. There will be questions asked about where the Secret Service
Can you see it right here?
security perimeter ended. If
There
this
it is.
building
There it
was
is.
outside
See it?
that Secret Service perimeter, and if it was.
So just to show you again, in case there's anybody, I didn't know, I didn't see anybody, but in case there were anybody saying that's not where he was, that's exactly where he was, right there. That's the hallway. That's where the ladder was placed by him. There's that can't park here, loading, and car won't be able to pull out zone. This is where he was, right there. That is where Donald Trump was. There are automobiles for scale, 1 football field away, plus the end zones. No question about it. Thomas Matthew Crooks ID'd his gunman who shot Trump during PA rally. And this right now is being shared. I know there is some speculation about it not being the right guy.
Thomas Crooks.
Madison Rapalli.
There he is. The gunman who attempted to assassinate former President Donald Trump, it should just be the assassin, was identified as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, sources told the Post. Does anybody have any other information? Is this being changed? This, of course, is a live website and able to be modified if new information came through. Crooks of Bethel Park squeezed off at least 5 to 7 shots, one of which hit Trump, grazed Trump. No, it hit him. It went through his ear. I mean, why are they downplaying this? He was struck with an assassin's bullet in the ear at an outdoor rally in Butler, just outside of Pittsburgh, according to law enforcement sources. Sources said Crooks crawled on the roof of a manufacturing plant more than 130 yards away from the stage at the Butler Farm show grounds. So this is the anti-white filth that did this. Calling him a patsy. Maybe it's true. Maybe he was a patsy. Does that help us? No. Stop being a detriment to our people. Start being a benefit to our people. Because if you're not a benefit to our people, then you are responsible for our children, white elderly, white women being harmed. Be a benefit to our people, or you are a detriment. It's no in between. It is that stark. For all the ladies who are listening and want to start crying, I gave those speeches in public, and they would cry and then say to their husbands, you can't participate anymore. It's too black and white from that guy. Law enforcement officers stand over the alleged shooter in that picture. That's why I didn't show that. There's Trump. Authorities recovered AR-style semi-automatic assault rifle. For those who don't know, I doubt many here don't know, semi-automatic means that when you pull the trigger, one bullet goes out. Then, to get another bullet to leave the firearm, you have to pull the trigger again. He was wearing a shirt of a popular gun YouTube channel. And so this is the anti-white garbage. He lives 40 miles south of Butler. He probably, I don't know for sure, but speculating, he probably worked at the company on which the ARG company on which he climbed to take the shot, but may not have, may just be familiar because there are a lot of events, I'm sure, at this venue that he attended over the years. He made a donation to Act Blue, of $15. So he's definitely an anti-white. There's his donation. At the time of the donation, he was 17. So parents are probably anti-white scum. He received a $500 National Math and Science Award during his graduating year. They don't even name Trump here. Fired on the presumptive Republican nominee. And here you have it, where we've got to talk about the snipers for the Secret Service. There's a lot going on here, and it's why I say this was no lack of manpower. This was no accident by the Secret Service. Do you all remember there were a couple streams where I specifically said that the Secret Service, when they raided Mar-a-Lago, the Secret Service could kill Trump? I specifically said that. Why is that? Not because there is one person at the top that decides and everybody else is an automaton, but because they are all infected with the anti-white narrative. The white people there not only infected with the anti-white narrative, but selfishly individualistic, asking themselves not what's good for this country, what is the moral thing to do, but what is good for me as an individual. So here you can see in this diagram, here's the shooter, right where I was showing you. And here is where the Secret Service were. Although I think in that video, let's have another look. I think I have that video because I thought potentially they were on this rooftop, which places them even closer. But maybe not. And you'll see in the video, the snipers, they're wearing uniforms that say police. And at first I thought that they were just local law enforcement. But now I've heard everywhere, and maybe they are, but now I've heard everywhere that they were Secret Service snipers. Doesn't make them better snipers, but it makes them Secret Service snipers. You can clearly see they are both looking at the shooter. They are both facing directly at Crooks. And they're waiting. Now, you have a lot of anti-white people and otherwise a lot of imbeciles. They grow up on Hollywood and Hollywood physics. They don't understand actual physics. They don't understand the actual physics of our world. That's how you get so many people that idiots will say, "Or Darwin Award. Look, he got a Darwin." Because they've watched movies and they think that you can actually get on a tricycle and launch over a flaming car and land safely on the other side. They haven't actually been out in the world learning physics from the real world. Like little boys in the past, we did things that testosterone drove us to push the edges of our limits on. But we never thought you could do things like get on a tricycle and fly over top with a ramp of a flaming car and everything's going to come out fine on the other. We knew that gravity was going to interfere with this, that the wheels on the tricycle weren't going to be able to turn that fast without breaking apart. We knew these things because we were pushing the limits in the real world. Since people don't understand the real world, they say dumb things like when there's a shootout and police pull their gun out and some villain has thrown his gun, his firearm out, and he starts shooting, they ask stupid things like, why did they have to shoot him? Why didn't they just shoot the gun out of his hand? That is fiction. That is Hollywood physics. That's not the real world. You can't aim and shoot a gun out of someone's hands unless you're a trained sniper and you have a scope on them and they aren't moving. You then can disable the firearm with a well-placed shot. So even for those out there that might try to argue, well, it would have been illegal or wrong to shoot him, which it wouldn't have. It absolutely would not have. And let me promise you, if you train a weapon on Barack Obama or any of these, Hillary Clinton, they will kill you dead, as we say down home. They're not going to wait for you to shoot. They're not going to wait for you to blow their head off before they shoot you. There is no conceivable universe in where it's defensible that you are training a firearm on somebody who is a former president running for president. And it's like, well, if we go to court, it's going to be okay that they did that. They didn't actually blow their head off. There is no universe where there's a defense. The Secret Service snipers would have had the authority. I may or may not know that this is the case, to take the shot without having to report it. But with all the time they had, they would have been able to radio and say, and it's not the same like old TV shows, they got to pick up a walkie-talkie and say, today's sniper here. You know, it's nothing like that. They just talk. And it goes through to command center, who is controlling everything at the venue. That's what the Secret Service does. Maybe you all haven't thought a lot about this, but there isn't an inch of airspace, an inch of water, an inch of terrain with line of sight that is not watched and locked down by the Secret Service. That lake nearby would have been locked down by the Secret Service. Nothing could have come out of the lake. Nothing could have hung out in the lake and waited. It would have been examined and locked down. Eyes on it 100% of the time until Trump is gone and the venue is closed. The sky full of drones. Cameras everywhere. Watching every cubic inch of the venue and beyond. Everything is seen by the Secret Service. Everything. So not only are these two snipers watching the assassin get ready, but drones would have been looking at him as well. Drones, and if you think, I don't know, maybe you think they're just for observation, maybe most of them are, but I'm inclined to think that some of those drones are capable of delivering a payload, a single round or whatever. Do you really think the U.S., the United States, is not equipped with such weaponry to protect the people in office? I'm speculating. Doesn't sound like sci-fi to me. Not at all. Maybe sci-fi 50 years ago, 40 years ago. Not sci-fi anymore. Not sci-fi for a long time. If I had to guess, the Secret Service were in the lake. The Secret Service were in the air. The Secret Service were everywhere. On top of this, you had citizens who saw Crooks climbing his ladder with an AR-15, telling the police, telling Secret Service members. The videos are everywhere. The interviews are everywhere. And what do we have on Fox News today? Which, by the way, we'll look how they were headlining this. What were a very masculine-looking female telling Fox News, oh, well, yes, the Secret Service was told, but and police were told, but it's hard to communicate between the police and the state and the bullshit. Bullshit. What do you think this is the 1930s? You think that's how dumb we are? You have a hard time communicating because you're not on the same frequencies? Do you know what frequency the other groups, law enforcement, are on? If so, then you can communicate with them. Not only that, but there would be a command center which would incorporate all of the different branches who were involved. I may or may not know that's how this operates. Maybe it's just my opinion. So they're saying long before. Now they're speculating, well, maybe the citizens saved a headshot because Crooks was having to rush. No, good Lord, the good Lord saved the headshot. The drones would have seen, in my opinion, Crooks get out of his car with the ladder or grab the ladder and carrying the AR-15. The audience saw Crooks walking with a ladder and an AR-15, placing the ladder, climbing up the ladder. They were telling law enforcement. They were telling state police. They were telling Secret Service, according to the interviews. I wasn't there. According to the numerous interviews, they were saying he's getting ready up on the roof with a rifle. He's getting ready to shoot. While this is happening, the Secret Service snipers are looking at Crooks through their scopes. You see them in the video I'm going to play. They're watching and waiting. For what? So let's reel this back for one moment. If the Secret Service were not intentionally, now I don't know, I have no way of knowing whether or not the Secret Service, per individuals in positions of authority, examined this location, and I assume there is a team that comes out for the Secret Service and says, we're going to do things like we're going to be in the storm and sewers at this location so that assassins can't sneak up through those. Oh, yeah, they do that. I may or may not know that for sure. I may or may not know for 100% sure. That's what they do. And we're going to be in that body of water. And we're going to be on every rooftop with a sight line to the rostrum. Certainly one just a football field away. A football field away. A child's shot from that distance with a rifle, .223 round and scope. Literal 10-year-olds shoot that far at shooting competitions. And that team went out and said, you know what? No, we're not going to cover that roof. They literally went out there and said, for whatever reason, that sight line from just one football field, including the end zones, and a couple yards more, we're not going to cover that. They literally said that. Now, was that because somebody with the final authority knew that a sniper, that an assassin was going to climb up there? Probably not, but, you know, Who knows? Or what is much more likely is it that we have a population infected with anti-whiteism that has heard incessantly that Donald Trump is the personification of pure evil, and he's going to destroy the world, and that there are people in the Secret Service who are radical anti-whites. Those are certainly the ones they elevate each other to power, don't they, with white erasure? I mean, after all, it is Cheadle, Kimberly in charge of the Secret Service, right? She got her job because a white man didn't get it, a white man that deserved it, not an anti-white white man, but a white man that deserved the job. She got her job because of anti-whiteism. Radical anti-whites all the way down to vagues who signal anti-whiteism, villainy signal to all their friends, make it very easy for them to intentionally drop the ball at every venue. Does that sound reasonable? It sure does. Why guard this guy? Why go all out? Yes, it's a dereliction of duty, but this is Hitler. And then when the anti-whites in power, or positions of power, and positions with no power, when they say, therefore, the ones who can drop the dime, as they say, on those who are a little reluctant, who are maybe a little intractable, they don't want to just go along with the plan and get them fired. Maybe when those anti-whites say, you know what, suddenly we don't have the resources for, we don't have I could see an anti-white saying, we don't have enough resources really to allocate for these events, whether it's manpower, financial, other systems of monitoring the environment, of which there are plenty of them that would appear like Star Trek to most of you, looking through buildings, through walls, okay? Through walls, all right? Through buildings. We don't have the resources. And because the people in the Secret Service who are not fanatical anti-white, but maybe just vagues, certainly the white vagues out there, villainy signaling anti-whiteism, they are selfish individualists. So they're saying, oh, well, I'm interested in me. I don't want to lose my job. I'm not going to go public and whistleblow on these anti-whites because the anti-whites will burn me. And then my little daughter won't be able to get her Flintstone vitamins anymore that she needs. She won't be able to get her chemotherapy that she needs, whatever it is, her orthodontist visits. So I'm just not going to say anything. How many of these events has Donald Trump had insufficient security? How many times has Donald Trump had lines of sight from which assassins, psychotic, anti-white, misfit, defective monsters could attempt to kill him from? How many times? Indeed, I didn't even take the opportunity. I thought about it. How many other places at this venue could Donald Trump have been killed from? How many times has this happened? That, to me, strikes me as the most likely cause of this assassination attempt. You leave the door wide open to people you don't care about. You don't do your job. You don't do your due diligence. And then maybe, the guy who shot Teddy Roosevelt was driven to shooting Roosevelt by the media. He said so himself. He said he was doing it. The media at the time were going on ad nauseum about the importance of just 2 terms, even though there was no law, there was no rule. And he actually said he shot him to protect the sanctity of 2 terms. And you think a psychotic person wouldn't show up? I mean, if you were a betting man or woman in the Secret Service, you would think that these hunting towns, these hunting communities would be the best places to leave lines of sight open. That's where it begins, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, it's just speculation, but there's a little bit more speculation to examine. When the population began telling law enforcement, state troopers, county cops, and Secret Service agents that there is a man with a ladder and an AR-15, and he's climbing on the ARG building right now. He's walking over to it right now. What is the appropriate response for the Secret Service? To immediately whisk Trump from the scene. Why? Why? Because the Secret Service doesn't know whether that is the only shooter. Maybe there's another. Maybe there are 2, 3 more. And maybe they are already in position. The appropriate response at the moment that the call comes in from any of this law enforcement to the nerve center, in other words, state, county, and Secret Service nerve center that is coordinating the protection of Donald Trump, the presumptive nominee for the Republican Party, as well as the venue, and specifically in an environment of heightened hostility for this nominee, a former president just years ago. The immediate and only response should have been that at that very moment, the Secret Service team that surround the rostrum rush the stage at lightning speed, and they tackle Trump, and they throw their bodies all over him. And then once they have covered all his flesh with their flesh, they then very slowly get him up and walk him away, covering him the entire time. No place where an assassin's crosshairs could find the commander-in-chief to be and former. That is the only response. That is the Secret Service's only fucking job. Excuse my French. They are complicit. They, at a minimum, connived. And if you want to know the difference between collude and connive, I'll give you a lesson, English lesson. Collude potentially means that they worked together with a party they appeared to be separated from to defraud or harm a third party. Connive means that they winked at it. They didn't officially or unofficially or in any real tangible way worked with another party to harm a third party, but they knew it was happening and they allowed it to happen. The Secret Service did not need to train or to be in cooperation with this goofy anti-white misfit, or in cooperation with BlackRock or Blackwater or the Green Berets or who all the others that they're saying trained this tard from the tard farm, from the back of the woods tard farm, They don't need to have had any of that, because at that moment that the calls came in, that there was a man with an AR-15 and a ladder in an adjacent parking lot, 1 football field away. At that moment, the Secret Service connived in the assassination of Donald Trump. At that moment, they connived. At that moment, they knew that this man, Crooks, was climbing this roof with an AR-15, 1 football field away, 4 times within the effective envelope of that weapon. And they did not rush the stage and tackle Trump. Again, they don't have to wait for the guy to get on the roof and to begin setting up, because they don't know if there are or are not other assassins. When an assassin shows up, you must conclude that there are others. And indeed, after he took his shots, after he attempted to assassinate Donald Trump and murdered someone and maimed other people in the audience, they immediately implemented the protocol that I'm talking about, that there are other shooters, that there are other assassins, that there are other weapons. End of story. End of debate. End of investigation. But they didn't tackle Trump, did they? No. Those Secret Service, including those fat-ass females, they just hung back. They hung back as Secret Service, State and County Police Nerve Center received the information that a man, according to witnesses, now remember, I wasn't there. So if you want to blame all of these different interviews and all the news agencies that are reporting this, blame them. It's not me saying this. I'm reporting what they reported. As they received the information, there was no call put out to these agents surrounding Trump to tackle him and whisk him away as quickly as possible. There is no excuse imaginable for why that wouldn't immediately happen, except for conniving with what was about to happen. Indeed, the 2 snipers, as you'll see in just a moment, for the Secret Service, are on the roof, looking through their scopes, which would have given them a view of the assassin this big inside that scope. They could have shot the weapon rather than shooting the assassin and incapacitated the weapon. They could 100% put a round downrange in the action of the weapon. They could have 100% shot the barrel of the assassin's weapon. As the assassin is not moving, as he's preparing, as he's setting his weapon up, as he's setting himself up. And obviously, they could have shot him, because they did. They could have put a bullet right through his head, because they did. But instead of taking the shot and preventing Donald Trump from being assassinated, preventing father and husband from losing his life, preventing 2 Trump supporters from being maimed by the assassin's bullets, they waited until he took the shot to kill Trump. They waited. Ladies and gentlemen, it's one thing. I really want you to appreciate this as adults. We are the adults in the room. They watched as the assassin crawled up this roof, lined up his AR-15, set his scope, positioned his hands, moved his finger to the trigger, took a couple of slow breaths and then the slow inhale and the very slow exhale, and then pull the trigger. It's one thing for some dirtbag to murder someone out in the world. Beyond that, it's another thing for like a drug lord, some gang member, we should say, next level, to order a hit on some other gang member, some useless life out on the streets. Next up, drug lord or mafia member ordering a gang hit on somebody. It is another tier of psychological control to effectuate an assassination with a narrative you inflict on society by way of the most powerful protection service on planet Earth, conniving with a psychotic anti-white, an anti-white terrorist. And when I say psychotic, I'm not giving him an excuse. I'm not saying that he's literally diagnosed with a psychosis or psychoses or even neurosis. But the act of assassinating, euphemistically, evil, psychotic, this is an anti-white terrorist. That is why this level of control over the population by the true holders of power, which is not some fucking cartoon, G.I. Joe level, some G.I. Joe level of understanding, that some video game level of understanding, that there is the ultimate boss. And if you take out the ultimate boss, everything is peaches and roses from there on. That's not how humanity is controlled, you dim-witted shits! And if you don't get it, we are destined for oblivion. You don't have to be able to understand it, but you have to pledge allegiance to those who do. You can't keep giving time, allegiance, money, attention, fame to people who are going to give you the child's video game tier understanding of how power works in the world. You all think you have such a grasp. You have this arrogance of you have such a grasp on how it all works. And you don't know shit. It's that arrogance that's your blindness. It's that arrogance that keeps you from seeing how this really works. Why is it that the content creators out there who speak in the most simplistic explanations have the largest audiences? Ever seen a bell curve, dumbass? Ever seen a bell curve where you just found where you fit in that motherfucker, haven't you? I'm going to take a quick look at we're going to look at this video of these snipers on the roof. Let's see. Actually, I might not. Oh, here it is. I'm going to take a quick look, though, at this bullet picture. And you all can correct me if I'm wrong. A shockwave is created by a bullet. Size and type of the shockwave determined by density, size, and velocity of the round. And you'll see here in this image, this is claimed, I don't know if you all can see very well, you see this streak. I have no idea whether there was a camera on site that in situ that was videoing fast enough to catch something like this. I doubt it, but it is going around the internet. And like in this post here, and a lot of idiots are saying that here is the bullet about to strike Trump. Unfortunately, I can't zoom in. It won't let me zoom in. But if you can find it on your own, you'll be able to see that the streak is thicker to the right, thinner to the left. If this is some sort of a shock wave or a combination of Trump's flesh and shock wave, whatever it is, it would be thicker on the direction it's traveling. This is like what an idiot who watches movies all the time would conclude. Like there's an invisible gun right here, and therefore it would be thicker on the right and thinner on the left. No, it's like Halley's Comet or any comet. Thicker on the side in the direction it's flying, thinner its tail. And that's what you see here. So if somebody faked this, then they faked it accurately, that this is the direction that the trajectory was firing or going. And what would be the reason for that? But do you see now how this could be used to say the bullet came from the other side? And then instead of discussing the real problem, which is the anti-whiteism that got us here, the anti-whiteism that drove the defective garbage human being assassin, the anti-whiteism that got the Secret Service to various degrees connive, by the true definition of the word, to connive with the shooter. Instead of focusing on that, we're focusing on, did this really happen? Was there another shooter in the grassy knoll? Was there another shooter in the hay field across the way? Is that where the real bullet came from? I mean, you watch. These are the kind of discussions that are going to be had. And anti-whites are going to be encouraging them, but not just anti-whites. Content creators who benefit materially with their vested interest in these ridiculous descriptions and conversations and examinations. You'll see that everywhere. Covering all of these kinds of things for you all, because grave events like this are important, and understanding them in a way that is productive for us, i.e. white well-being, and therefore the well-being of all people, non-white and white, who live in the West, all Western countries, could not be more critical at this moment. Becoming entranced in conversations about where the real shooters were, and did Israel order this, or did defense contractors order this, and all this other kind of stuff, takes you away from the only productive breakdown and the tools available to you in the Go Free stratagem to recapture our destiny. What does an evaluation of, did Israel do this? Did the RNC do this? Did defense contractors do this? Did the tech billionaires do this? How does that help our people? How does it help? It doesn't. Not one iota. These kinds of discussions have surfeited our lives for generations. And look at where we are today. Little boys in the middle of these parades of naked men performing sex acts on each other, urinating in each other's faces in public. I mean, check it out for yourself. Maybe I'm wrong. Little boys dressed up as sexual dolls in the midst of these parades. Do you want to continue to indulge the conspiracy theories and the blaming of other races for it and all? That's how we got here. Do you want to continue to indulge that? If so, this ain't the place for you. This is for adults. So let's have a look at these and the actual video of the snipers and the shooting. And I'll take a look at what you all are saying. If there are tags for me. Here we go. Two white guys up on this roof, both of them with rifles. Let me see what y'all are saying over there on Rumble. What do we got? Andy is there. Andy says, never vote for any woman ever again. 100 years of evidence. Exactly. What is this? Nation? Is that Nationless saying, no way 100-yard football field? Yep, exactly. There's no way they left that line of sight open by accident. Nothing on D Live. Over on, just looking for tags right now. We'll get to the financial gift soon. Nice guy. What is your, oh, that we already got that one. Gotcha. That was from Wednesday. Let me see if there are any on Rumble. Said, at least when they assassinate Iran's next president, he got a helicopter ride. Well, I mean, the implication there is that what it's all the Jews. We've been doing that for generations. What do you want? I mean, how bad do you want it to get before you decide? I mean, maybe not you personally. Maybe you're just making like being a little comical there. But if that's like your real feeling, like the Jews, and of course it was in the interest of Israel for that next leader of Iran to die, but so they likely had something to do with it flying over that mountainous region, but not, we don't know for sure. But if the implication here is that Israel tried to assassinate Trump here, then you got to ask yourself. At some point, you got to ask yourself. You got to say, you know what? People have been using this scapegoat and shadow haunting a group of human beings that have an identity. My people have been doing that, and it's gotten us to the point where little boys are paraded as sex dolls in the midst of grown men boogering each other up in public and pissing each other's mouths in public. May have happened, may not have happened. Check it out for yourself. Maybe we should change. Maybe that's not working, right? I mean, you need to say that to you, not just you personally, but everybody. Maybe the problem for Western kind is not having a people, not being white or Westman centric. Maybe that's about, and indeed that is the problem. Nothing is done in the West without the white race complying. You in that compliance by making a people out of the deracinated race, and we articulate exactly how you do that, and we're doing it. You in that compliance, you in the anti-whiteism. End of story. Rory asking if I was ever a sniper. Let's just say that I'm really, really good at shooting. Lunder just showed up. Great to see you. Let me check for tags over here. Slaughtz says, preach it. God bless you, brother. Let's get an amen for Slaughtz. We've got a poor soul here suffering some measure of brain damage, saying that the whole thing is staged. It's just an illusion. It's not even real. You can buy a blood pack at the Halloween store and slap it to your head and the blood comes out. And you just watch. There'll be people who are saying it's staged, just like there are people who are saying we're run by reptiles. And they have had for decades legit, believable looking footage. How are they able to make it? How are they able to make Star Wars? How are they able to make any of these movies where it all looks real? That's how dipshit. So they're able to make video footage and photographs where, holy shit, it's an actual shape-shifting alien right on video. It's real. No, it's not real. It's the vested interest of the people who were saying they're lizard people. And then you keep giving them your time and money. It's why you can look up Prepper Nurse right now, and he's probably got 10,000 watching live. Because people are, the white race is, I swear, the bell curve has shifted to the left for the white race. We have tons of midwits, and it seems like the number of midget wits are growing. So there'll be people out there who will provide video, guaranteed, that show that it's fake. You just watch. And it ain't fake. But you just watch. Don't believe your lying eyes. Donning Armor is here. Great to see you. And maybe this person isn't actually brain damaged. Or maybe he is. Maybe he or she is. But people get wrapped up in this shit. You've met them. They have like this inclination to believe the most fanciful bullshit. I mean, it's how did Alex Jones become a centimillionaire? How did he end up with all the houses and the wives and the sex partners and the toys, the guns, the everything? How did he end up? The side-by-sides, the boats. How did he end up with all that? Is it because the population is full of mature adult men and women of the West? No. It's because it's full of literally brain-damaged imbeciles that don't know what actual, honorable, glorious leadership looks like. They see it in anyone who's going to give them a fanciful tale rather than something that is legit, pragmatic, obvious, something that's going to require duty and work from them. I mean, if it's all faked by these grand wizards, what can you do? It's great entertainment. You can hop in your shitty car that you never clean and it's filthy like the rest of your fucking life is. And you can head on down to the bar or the pub with your friends and you can get out after your long day at work, pushing a pencil or swinging a hammer or whatever it is, shoveling shit. And you can talk about it. It's all fake. You know, I saw the footage. It's all fake. You. Shut up. These people being allowed to sully the conversation. That's the problem. These people being played to by content creators for the money they provide, the aggrandizement they provide, etc. Those people are the problem. Promethean Kitchen is here. Great to see you. These people, they tend to think that video games and movies they're grown up playing and watching are real life. And most of them can't distinguish between the two. Yeah, 100% right. Will You Kind of Saxony says, from the angle, it doesn't make any difference. But why was there no bulletproof glass in front of him, the teleprompter is. Well, the teleprompters are up kind of like at an angle and angles, so that when he looks back and forth, he's got them to read and or refer to, because he often goes off script. And I believe he even said that like 30 seconds earlier, that he was going off script, or a minute earlier, or something like that. Bulletproof glass. Yes. One of the questions I was going to ask toward the end of this analysis, the best analysis you're going to get, and marching orders, best ones you're going to get anywhere. And I challenge anybody to show otherwise. Go ahead and show and argue otherwise. Let's see. Is to ask the question, what do they need to do moving forward for Donald Trump? Clearly, he needs bulletproof glass all the way around him. And I would say at this point, with the availability of 50 cal sniper rifles and the ability to eat these guns, even dark guns that are made by private makers. So there's no serial number, no big gun manufacturer making them. Tons of these are purchased, have been purchased over the years. You don't know whose hands they are in. The bullets are that long. They can travel for a mile. Now, yeah, it takes a lot more skill, obviously, but you also have a lot more weight, a lot more mass behind the round. So you need some heavy bulletproof glass to be encasing him. And then how do they get him from behind this encasement to a vehicle and back and forth? How do they protect him in the meantime from one point to the other? These are questions that have to be raised, and people are going to have to answer them. And if we're not seeing these steps taking place to protect Donald Trump, we'll know what is motivating it. On Patriots Day, he was behind bulletproof glass. There's nothing wrong looking at Donald Trump and listening to him through bulletproof glass. So great question. And the kind of thing that we can, for fun, we can mull over what should be done. But where it is valuable to us as actual special warfare operators is, do we see it implemented? Do we see what we know that reasonable, logical people who are responsible for protecting Trump's life, do we see them taking the logical, reasonable steps that could be taken? If they're not being taken, we can make some inferences, right? The great ForNull says, and Reynold White Wolf is also here, says, you've made a really good case for your explanation of what happened. Best I've heard so far. Well, God bless you. Thank you for that, brother. Pants is here. White Calling is here. Archangel is here. He said the Secret Service is a lot like the modern Praetorian Guard, I imagine. Well, is there a specific case of it where they intentionally, is that what you're referring to? Where they intentionally drop the ball and just kind of hoping? Like when anti-white reporters are saying Donald Trump needs to be dead, when actors are saying Donald Trump, remember that D-list or F-list actress holding up his severed head? And in the play where Donald Trump is being stabbed like Julius Caesar and etc. Remember all these things from over the years? And they continuing. Those people are hoping he gets killed. They are hoping he dies. They are hoping someone goes and kills him. Anti-whites in the Secret Service who are saying, you know what, the sight line of a football field away, just a football field. Let me clear this up for you. American football players, kickers, can kick that distance. They can kick the ball that distance. Here's this, even better. Football field, back of end zone to back of end zone, a couple more yards on either side, just that distance. A professional golfer could hit Donald Trump in the head. A professional golfer could tee up, and what are some of the maximum strokes by professional golfers? 300 plus yards, drives. A professional golfer could tee up on that roof and hit Donald Trump in the head from a football field away. So for just to clear this up for you, like how close this is. If an American football kicker can kick the football that far, if a professional golfer could tee up and hit Donald Trump in the head from that distance, what could somebody do with a 2-2-3 round with a scope on it? So, if the Secret Service, my opinion, again, I don't know, I'm not working on the inside, I'm not saying this is for sure, but in my opinion, if the Secret Service says, line of sight, football field away, don't worry about it, they were hoping, in my opinion, that an assassin showed up. They don't need to know that one is going to show up to hope that one shows up, and to do that at every event. And as I said, as I laid out earlier, they knew that an assassin had shown up, and they didn't tackle Trump. And what I'm about to show you is they didn't shoot the assassin either. Proud citizen, you're just expressing what we're all feeling. Preach on, brother, and thank you for being real. God bless you, and thank you for that. Biospirit of the West says at the time, this point is key that no white guilt is making. Thank you. Antiwhiteism is with you. Says, I think you should add your Wednesday and Sunday schedule. Okay, I'll have to do that on the website. It's a great suggestion. Let's keep moving. I want to show you all this video. Did I pull it up on the screen already? Yeah, there it is. Okay, on the left, you see the snipers, a close-up of the two snipers. Two white guys, although I'm sure we're going to hear how they're both Jews from the multiracial Jew-hating community. Two white guys. But here's the video that's important. Can I enlarge that? I don't know. There we go.
And you know, that's a little bit old.
Okay. What you're seeing right now, this over here, can you see my cursor? That's Donald Trump right there. So I was right. I was right. The snipers are closer than on that article they were showing you. Let me go back. I'm not going to take you back with me. I just want to go back and look to see if on that image, where did it go? Now they're not having, I'm not seeing it. Not there. Oh, yeah, here it is. Yes, that was on the New York Post. The New York Post was wrong. Remember, the New York Post put the Secret Service snipers at the building furthest away from the sniper, from the assassin, rather. They are on the building closest to the assassin. You see it right here. There's Trump. The New York Post said that these guys were on a building to the right of Trump. No, they're on the building closest to the assassin. So what does that mean? The assassin is one football field away from Donald Trump. These snipers are closer than a football field to the assassin. Wow. 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 So Trump is speaking. There you go. You got the full view. That's the last building. Not the buildings this way on that picture. Not the buildings to the right of the view of the camera, but the building furthest to the left. So now watch what happens. Both of these Secret Service snipers, less than a football field distance away, including the end zones and a couple yards, to the assassin, less than that, are watching the assassin. They are looking directly at him. line up with an AR-15. Let's watch.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
That sound right there. 767 miles an hour. Came after the bullet struck, the assassin's bullet struck Donald Trump. A 32nd of an inch from blowing up his head. Look at the snipers. They're watching the entire time. This one closest to you raises his head, then quickly lowers his head and takes the shot. This one on the right hides. Yeah, you heard me right. He hides. We'll watch it again all the way through. With sound and without. Here we go with sound. Remember, the sounds of the shots are arriving after the bullets have already hit their marks.
And you know, that's a little bit old. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
This is both of these guys. I mean, there has to be, who gave them the order to just watch? Or are they going to end up being the fall guys? How far, how many anti-whites does this go? But getting rid of those people does not fix the problem, because the problem is the phenomenon of anti-whiteism that has dehumanized white life. Donald Trump represents this bulwark, however unintended, and to whatever meager degree, to the victimization of Western kind and the destruction of our countries, specifically this one, United States, obviously. So you're not going to fire these people or just try them and execute. You'll just repopulate with people who will do the exact same thing. Let's watch it with no sound. Watch the body behavior. Let's blow it up. Watch the body behavior of the snipers. No sound. Watching. Takes the shot. Look at this one hide. Watch it with sound one more time. And remember as you're looking at this, these two guys are looking at the assassin all this time. They are looking, we don't know how long before the video starts that they are looking at the assassin. You notice, how do we know that they're looking at the assassin? They don't suddenly swivel to where the assassin is. They don't suddenly look up and then move their firearm in the direction, recalibrate, reset, and take their shot. They just take the shot. That's how you know that they're looking at their target. Try to appreciate what we are seeing here, and then try to appreciate how we can't continue with the old vehicles, the old excuses, the old ideologies anymore. We are way past that. Keep in mind, every half a second, as fast as you can think, that they are looking at the assassin and they don't shoot until he has blown Donald Trump's head off. That bullet was meant to explode Donald Trump's head. It did blow up the head of a patriotic American Trump supporter who threw his body over his wife and daughter. And she gave a tribute on Twitter today that will cause tears to just pour from your eyes about how she wants to throw herself on his body, thanking him for what he did. They waited until the assassin had assassinated Donald Trump, murdered this Trump supporter, and maimed 2 others before they took their shot. Don't let the sound screw you up. The sound is getting there slower.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
We can't go around anymore. We can't let midwits decide anymore. We can't let these multiracial, Jew-hating movement decide anymore who they slander, who's going to get attention, who's not going to get, who's going to be silenced. You just watched the Secret Service watch Donald Trump get assassinated. You just watched the Secret Service watch as Donald Trump was assassinated. I can't believe there are so few of us, so few men and women of the West left in Western civilization. What was the motivation? You're going to hear the media talking a lot about what was the motivation of the shooter. Is he a Democrat supporter? Does he want a Democrat in office? He's anti-white garbage. That's what motivated him. Anti-whiteism. Trump represents a speed bump to anti-whiteism. Anti-whites in media, in movies, news and entertainment are telling anti-whites in the world that their pure and unadulterated villain hell of the anti-white narrative is going to come to power and concretize that demonic layer of hell in the world, and that they have to act. We don't know how many other anti-whites out there have planned. Probably thousands. How many have executed and then had to call off the assassination because something went wrong? Probably thousands. Maybe at least hundreds of times, to various degrees of seriousness and what would have been effective or ineffectiveness. Driven by anti-whiteism. There is no, and hopefully if you're smart enough to get, by those numbers I just shared, that there isn't some training camp in Beirut where Manchurian candidates are trained in some underground facility. It's much worse. It's much worse. Much less like a James Bond movie. Much more like herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. He was motivated by anti-whiteism, hatred of the white race. Playing his villain won't stop him. Changing the story does. Changing the narrative we live in does. Changing the narrative we live in with the concepts we use to describe the narrative, because how the else can you interact with a living narrative, a consequence of the human animal's existence, except by way of the concepts? You goddamn tard farm. Of course, these criticisms are not for the knights of the white table who get it. They're with me giving these criticisms to the world. How else do you interact? How else then is a narrative created? How did the media report this? The shooter was motivated by anti-whiteism. The media is stirring people up with anti-whiteism because the media is anti-white. Grace tweets here, wish this was far from fact, but directly following the shooting, the Washington Post ran a headline reading, Secret Service surrounds Trump after loud noise was heard. Is that because they're leftists, Democrat voters? That's because they're anti-white. You'll see in a minute. The left and the media that support them are not sad it happened. They are sad he missed. Let that sink in. Another one. Another one from Grace. Possible gunfire from Fox News. You can really tell Fox is owned by Disney, who hates white men and funds, quote, gender-affirming care for children. Billionaire, writes Fox, out in support of former President Trump after possible gunfire. I don't think I have. Let me just see quickly. I don't think I have the actual up and ready, but I've got the actual Washington Post and what they posted. It's what Grace said. So no surprise there. What effect is this having on the anti-white population? I mean, you have Washington Post, CNN, I don't have up right now. What did CNN say? That he fell? That he cut his ear? Is it just CNN? And why is CNN this way? Where is it coming from? Anti-white ideology, anti-whiteism. Your problem is the phenomenon of anti-whiteism. We were talking earlier about the anti-white females and how not only is it the hatred of whites, but also the hatred of masculinity that are driving anti-white females to tweet and post in droves, absolutely suffusing social media interwebs with this maniacal, out of their mind anti-whiteism, misandry, hatred of white men. Have you seen any of those? They're everywhere. You're blind if you miss them. Let's have a look. Just a couple. Here we go.
I think we forgot to mention when we were asking for, someone to bring back assassinating presidents like they used to.
So, by the way, asking to bring back assassinating presidents like they used to. I don't know. Maybe she's not. I'm guessing she's not very smart. But okay, whatever. Asking of whom? A lot of these individuals worship the devil. They worship demons. They claim to practice magic. So they believe that they are submitting these requests to magical powers. Okay, so whatever you think about, do the things that they are appealing to? Do they exist? Do they not exist? What matters here is that they are making these requests for anti-whiteism. That's what matters. That they are making these appeals, that they are performing rituals as inane or misplaced or ridiculous or whatever you might think it is. They are still making ritual. These man-hating, white man-hating, anti-white scum bitches are having ceremonial, magical, witches' circle ceremonies, rituals, and who knows what kind of illness is taking place there. Hideous females naked and spreading goat blood or chicken blood on themselves to kill the white man. So listen to the flippant comment this anti-white bitch has.
Mention when we were asking for, someone to bring back assassinating presidents like they used to, we forgot to mention that they have to have good aim. Remember, genies are tricky that way.
Genies are tricky that way. So it was some kind of an appeal, a magical appeal, a ceremony where who knows? Maybe they take their aborted fetuses and incorporate them into. That's how sick these people are. All over. This is not like a one-off. They're everywhere. I'm not showing you, not even a fraction. They are everywhere. These females, anti-white females, losing their minds, making appeals to demons, the devil, to genies, to nature, to kill white men. If they will engage in some kind of fiction, if they will engage it, what will they do in the real world? What are they doing in the real world? Let's take a look at another one. Here's a tweet. I cannot buy another female. This one a brunette. The previous was a redhead, but fake redhead. I cannot believe the shooter missed. And then you get this response, thoughts and prayers with the next shooter, from somebody calling themselves Luke, but with this anti-white flag. So who knows? My bet is that Luke was born a female and now identifies, maybe by way of the witch's coven magic, now identifies as a male. Thoughts and prayers with the next shooter. Tons of these, and these are not like the people you would find at the circus. These are somebody that you would see checking you out at a supermarket, even being your lawyer, I think. Let's see what we have here. Here we have a Dr. Karen Pinder writes, damn, so close, too bad. Another female underneath, the doctor, the good doctor, damn it, so close, and now he'll milk it. And Dr. Karen Pinder responding, what a glorious day this could have been. What about your females who are your journalists? What about them? What are they saying? Well, let's have a read of one of the journalists. Just another run-of-the-mill anti-white, anti-male, so misandristic, anti-white male. Ashley writes here that make America aim again. These really appreciate that these sick, demented anti-white females, and this one totally normal looking, wanted his head to blow up and his brains to blow out of the back of his head on live television. That is what these people actually wanted. That is what they are lamenting. That his skull did not explode for them. One more, I think, will drive the point finally home. Let's have a look at another bottled blonde, another fake blonde. So many of these anti-white females, it's fascinating how they go for the green and blue contacts and the blonde and red and light brown hair. Isn't that interesting? They hate the out of the white race. Here we got another one of them. Let's hear what this foul demon anti-white bitch has to say.
I just found out about this shit. It just happened. I haven't even had a second to process. You're telling me somebody finally had the balls to bring a pew-pew and he missed! We were a second away! We were a centimeter away from half of the problem being gone and you missed!
What should be done? Don't write what should be done. Do you think that firing a couple of people, do you think that getting rid of, do you think that something, bad mouthing a race of people, which isn't going to do anything, do you think that that is going to fix this ubiquitous problem? This is a phenomenon. It's coming from everywhere. We describe it in detail, what it is, how it operates in people, how it infects them, and how to defeat it in the Go Free stratagem. You're not going to fire people. You're not going to reprimand people in their positions. You're not going to say the CIA dropped the ball. You're not going to badmouth Jewish people and fix this. You're not going to badmouth blacks and fix this. Can it be any more obvious? How dumb do you have to be? Not only is this anti-white pig, white male hating, masculine hating pig driving a car that white men made, with tech that white men made, on roads that white men made, and stoplights that white men are electrifying with electricity that white men discovered and harnessed, with technology that white men made. All of it. Bleaching her black ass hair with tech that white men made. Wearing clothing with tech that white men made. Makeup with tech that white men made. Using a telephone and Bluetooth that white men made. This foul skank, Harriton monster. You think you're going to remedy her by bad-mouthing Jews? Not only is she ferociously enraged that Donald Trump's head didn't blow up for the crime, for the sin in the anti-white narrative of not being anti-white enough, slowing down at all the anti-white narrative. Not only is she furious about that, but listen to what she has to say about white males in general.
There was a white man attached to that trigger. I know it! We were a centimeter away!
A white man attached to the trigger. That's why we failed. White men can't get anything right. White males are the problem. Even the shooter didn't have enough in him to take and make the kill shot because he is a white man. If we're going to remedy this, we're going to have to use the Go Free stratagem. And we better do it sooner than later. Because, my friends, that assassin's bullets, as I think it was Boris Bulldog said, those are for us. Might not have had your name on it today, but tomorrow it will. We'll be back directly.
Don't know much about her. She drifts around on her way, reflect the light shone upon her. If only she could hear him say, it's okay.
We are at that time, ladies and gentlemen. Get out your raucous emojis because we're going to be celebrating over the next couple of minutes some of our champions, the good work that they've been doing in the recent, just this past week. I mean, this is how we have some tremendous victories to share. We got tremendous victories to share every single week here. We are the community who are changing the world, and this is the change we need to see. We're going to start off on your feet. Big raucous emojis, 007s, quadruple 07s, 96s, ladies and gentlemen. Then we're going to be getting back to the Go Free lesson of the day. More talk about the assassination attempt of Donald Trump and hit with a bullet, a Twitter space and all. We want you to participate. I'm going to be checking out your financial gets here very soon. But I want you to get your raucous emojis out. I want to hear what you have to say. Let's see some dragons. Let's see some gems. Let's see some crowns for Olaf Wilhelm, ladies and gentlemen. He finished his translation of Go Free into German. On your feet and celebrate this, Olaf. And we have, of course, we have Yale Europeans translation into Dutch now. We have a German translation. We have a Dutch translation. I'm going to be producing them both and putting them both up on Amazon in due course, reaching our brothers and sisters with the lexicon and dialectics of the Go Free stratagem that changed the world, that recaptured our destiny. Imagine that. Olaf, we love you. We love you, ye old European. God bless the two of you for the hard work, working through that. No easy task whatsoever. I want to see if I can pull up on the screen, see if I can find it. I'm not going to play the audio, but I do want to pull up on the screen. I played it on Wednesday, so make sure you go back and listen on Wednesday to the absolute glorious victory that, one of Western kind brought my attention to. And here it is. It's on GBN America. In this interview, ladies and gentlemen, the interviewer from GBN America writes, is Britain systemically racist against white people? So that's our first step. Remember, this is how we do it. And then he says, tell grooming gang victims they have white privilege. We need to stop gaslighting the British public. He uses anti-white. He might use anti-whiteism. Yeah, we have it here. And he uses anti-white rhetoric and anti-white discrimination. Super powerful. Big success that we just had. Literally changing the language. Nobody's done this. Nobody except for us. We show the receipts. Give it a big success. Big thank you to One of Western Kind for sharing that information with us. Just this totally epic victory, reaching people we never even knew in their communities, swashing under their live streams. They pick it up, the audience picks it up, and the content creators have to pick it up to keep pace with their audience. That's how the world has changed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to, let's see, what else do we have here to share? And that was big GBN. Let's get on over to the great Franklinator, IRL. He's doing it again, ladies and gentlemen. Wallpapering the world. Get on your feet for the Franklinator. Get on the feet for the IRL work that he does. Show this guy genuine love. Write him a genuine statement of appreciation, as well as the quadruple 07s and raucous emojis. He didn't have any time to put together the victories that he gets together for us this week, but he still carved out some time of his busy schedule to make it happen. Show him love. He's wallpapering. He's out there in the world with slogans that change the world. Look at this, is glorious. People are reading this. The world is changing, giving them something to use, giving them a place to go. That is how it's supposed to look. Big love to Franklinator. He's also, of course, moderating We Can't Love You Enough. And the Franklinator wants to celebrate Ivan and Homeless Bear. For this week, they helped him and attended the Donald Trump Jr. stream this week. So let's give it up for Ivan and Homeless Bear. 007s for these heroes. Gems. Let's get some gems. How about some beautiful dogs? Or how about some beautiful furniture? Are there any of that in the raucous emojis? Let's give it up for Biospirit of the West would like us to welcome real big the newest member to the OT, the Nameless One. Big salutes, 07s. Very excited to see the Nameless One getting involved in the outreach team and looking forward to celebrating him and his glorious victories, swashing on content creators, on the firstborn sons of the most notable politicians in the world today. Big celebration. How about this? You wonder whether or not Go Free actually works, ladies and gentlemen. Does this actually work? Celebrate Roscoe Rise. I don't know if she's with us in the live chat tonight, but she had this to share. She had her motion today to get her son returned to her because she has several children. She is inoculating them with the Go Free stratagem against anti-whiteism. Her ex-husband kidnapped one of her sons, or kept him far beyond, months beyond the time that he was allowed to have the son. He just kept him. They went through the motion at the court today. The ex-husband, the father of this son, has gone to child services in Canada, which is worse than child services in the United States. They take your children in the 80s and the 90s. If you were a pro-white person or whatever they took names for themselves. They just took your kids away all the time if they ever got their teeth sunk into you. Worse in Canada, he's gone to them. He's shared with them the Go Free book. He's shared with Child Protective Services in Canada my website, our streams. He has shared all of this and said, this is the reason why my son has to be kept from this woman. She shows up at at the court motion the other day, wearing her lucky eindelen, ladies and gentlemen, which is the symbol on the front of the book, wearing her lucky eindelen. She says she was so happy to sign the disclosures. The judge ordered that her son be returned to her immediately. The judge looked at Go Free, looked at the website in Canada, looked at what we teach, looked at what we spread in Canada. The Child Protective Services in Canada told the judge there is no problem with Go Free. There is no, in Canada, there is no problem with the website. It's not a cult. The father of the child was saying it's a cult. Well, now it's been adjudicated in Canada that we are not a cult. And the son, over the protection of a child, no less, in Canada, the child, the little boy, the son of the West, returned to Roscoe Rise that day, and $1,000 ordered to be paid to her for her legal fees by the father of this child, who had said all this defamation about me personally, about that I was a cult leader. So the child services in Canada and a judge adjudicated over the welfare of a child that I am not a cult leader, that Go Free is not a cult, a favorite traducement, allegation, smear by the multiracial Jew-hating community about the work that we do. The little boy returned that very day along with $1,000 check to pay for her legal fees while she was wearing her lucky eindelen in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, on your feet, all the raucous emojis you've ever given. Throw out the gems. What more evidence? What a testimonial. What more evidence do you need over the welfare of a child? Over the welfare of a child. The threat to children or not that this work, that this community poses, adjudicated in Canada to be no threat to the children. That is enormous news. That is not happening anywhere else with any other community. Big celebration, Roscoe Rise, for the entire community. God, and for this little boy, returned from a father who obviously is steering him in a direction that is not as healthy as we believe it to be. And we would love to see his father come around and decide that concern for white people, for the way that they are born, is as legitimate as concern for everyone else for the way that they are born. Amen. Big celebration for our very own, ladies and gentlemen, Brant Danger. Dean Danger, School of the West, did an interview with the great Liv Hyde. We've had her here on many times and had a wonderful conversation with her, I should say. And whitedate.net.deal and something else she's responsible for creating in our once great country of Germany. He was interviewed by her, and I got to say, I am so proud of Brant Danger. Make sure you listen to this. If Brant's with us today or not, he's on vacation. He could supply the link for that interview. I am so proud. This is how we should sound. It was epic. I was just point after point. I was pumping my fist like Donald Trump there as Brant was talking. I'm not kidding. It was epic. Give it up for Brant Danger and for the great Liv Hyde, who had nothing but good things to say about our community, nothing but love in return. for her and the work that she is doing. Celebrate both these people. That is Brent Danger of School of the West and livehigh.whitedate.net.deal and more. We have, I want to just say, the Blue Flame. I just noticed this past week everywhere on Twitter rocking it out. I know a bunch of you are rocking it, and I'm not intentionally missing you. I'm celebrating you as well. I mean, I'm just like Blue Flame. And maybe you got to tag me more so I see it more. But give it up for Blue Flame. Big raucous emojis. We also have, and I have a picture of it to share as we get into these pictures really quickly. And remember, we're going to be done with the swashbuckling celebration. And not long, we're going to be getting back to the news, back to your financial gifts and comments, and to the Go Free lesson of the day about blind sight. What is that? Why do you need to know what it is? Why it's important? But somewhere in our pile of swashbuckling flamboyant victories, we have the one and only Spud Ruckus, who was swashing epic victory. And hopefully when we come across it, I'll see what it was. But I wanted to mention here, just in case maybe it didn't somehow get included. But let's roll. Who do we have next? One of Western kind. Ladies and gentlemen, celebrate the champion. He writes, without white erasure, those sports would obviously be filled by Englishmen. Do you think this was an argument? LMAO, the anti-white pretexts get, what is that? Films, flimsier, looks like, by the day. This is over on is that Carol Boardman? Maybe it looks like it is. And it's under that 52,000 views and climbing. The audience has to take a breather and come back cheering again. We have hundreds of hearts, it looks like. Hundreds of hearts. Retweets, give it up for one of Western kind. What are we doing here? Why is this a victory? Because the concepts we use to talk about our lives and where we are in the world socio-politically and how things affect us determine the narrative we live in. We live in a narrative because we're human beings. We have the power of speech and memory, etc. So we automatically create a narrative. The concepts we use determine the narrative. The concepts determine whether we see ourselves as individuals or people or part of a people, individual well-being by way of group well-being, promulgating the concepts that are curative contagions adopted by people with a selfish bent because it's going to help them selfishly, backs them into an environment that benefits the totality of our people, protecting all of us from our strongest to our weakest members. That's what swashbuckling is all about. That's why you've seen these concepts and the arguments, the dialectics showing up everywhere, because these champions are doing it. Let's rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. One of Western kind back again, this time under, as a Georgia Gilholly, is that what it is? Says it's anti-whiteism, hostility to whites, supporting white erasure of another European city. Quote, too much tourism is just an anti-white pretext. Beautifully said. Almost 100,000 views. What's the swashbuckling there? The argument about a pretext. Any other argument here? Too much tourism is a pretext. That's a dialectic, an argument we use about these abstractions, about these others. They're just pretext. The concepts we see here are anti-whiteism, white erasure. Concepts we are shared, they're picked up. We have over 1,000 likes, 100,000 views this past week. People seeing this, seeing these concepts, seeing the argument. Give it up for one of Western kind. One of Western kind back again. This is back on Carol's channel or account. This one says the anti-white narrative is what's insufferable. The anti-white narrative is one of our concepts. They white erase, a verb of white erasure, our films, trash our history, then villainize the natural and inevitable backlash with anti-white slurs like racist. Anti-white slur, another concept, the totality of what he wrote here, an argument, a dialectic that we implement. And all of this seen by working on 25,000 people. And remember, this is not our community. These are the communities that our swashbuckling heroes are swashing flamboyantly in. Over 2,000 likes from that community. Over Almost 100 retweets from that community. Give it up for this epic swashbuckling hero, one of Western kind. How about this under I Hypocrite? Here you have the real Shaggy. Here you have the new Shaggy. Who is this? I don't even know who this is. Don't tread on memes? Is that even somebody in our community? But sometimes we share people who are outside of the community who begin sharing our arguments and our concepts because it shows our success, and then that success over them, a success that they are magnifying per our prediction and explanation of how this works. He writes the concept white erasure. We're working up to 75,000 views. Our concept that we are promulgating, white erasure, a curative contagion. Give it up for don't tread on memes. Keep those raucous emojis going. Fire and gems. Fire and gems. Raucous emojis. Celebration. Here we have Eric under Pauline Hanson. And we have epic victory actually from that. Got so busy, and it was Lunder's victory. We'll have to celebrate that next week. Lunder was there with Pauline Hanson. I'm just going to say that. We're going to celebrate it again because I don't have the bullet points. The Trump being nearly assassinated derailed me getting that. Lunder was there. Lunder gave her go free, but we'll come back to that next week. That is how huge our impact is, the huge our effect is on the world. Give it up for Lunder, but we'll celebrate him more thoroughly and specifically next swashbuckling. There with Pauline Hanson, there with all of these other representatives from this party in Australia. Glorious. Here is Eric, the champion, the hero, the leader, and he says, who else is sick of the Labour Party and their anti-whiteism? You got 86 likes from Pauline's audience and replies. He comes back. Who else thinks the current Labour government is anti-white? 57 likes and growing. 4 replies from Pauline's audience. From Paul, she's obviously a good person. The party obviously has good people in it. A legitimate party. Not like, hey, let's put together some Jew-hating party. Eric back again. Give it up for Eric. The Labour Party is only concerned about victimizing the founding stock, our concept. I remember when I spoke that, and I had never heard anybody say it, and the great Sam Dixon, the elder, the great Sam Dixon, the lawyer, been in the movement for now, I mean, what was it? Where did he get started? Like 70 years ago, 7 decades? And he had never heard it before. I shared it with him before a conference, and then he got up on stage, and with no jealousy, he said, Mr. Köhne, where is he in the audience? He called us founding stock. We should call ourselves founding stock from now on. Founding stock. And I was like, yes, founding stock. He always has a yellow notepad before every speech. He writes it down. I knew he would be writing down. I sat with him, and I told him, we're the founding stock. We can't let this be done to us. He wrote it down and went right up on stage and said it. Man, founding stock. Give it up for Eric. Give it up for Sam Dixon. Here Eric is all these years later sharing founding stock in Australia with Pauline Hanson's audience. 32 likes over there sharing anti-whiteism. All of this we're pushing. Give it up for that hero. Anglo-Saxon and WGA. Start celebrating. I'm sick of anti-white attacks on Trump. Who's with me? This is over on Black Conservative Perspective. And the Black Conservative Perspectives audience, 788, so 800 likes from Black Conservative. So are these concepts adopted everywhere? Are they able to be picked up by good people everywhere? We prove it every week. Anglo-Saxon, 34 replies and climbing. Anglo-Saxon over on Devin Gibson, mostly white, he describes himself. Anglo-Saxon says, who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism? Gets a what? Gets a what? How many hearts does this guy got to get from content creators Big love. Anglo-Saxon, 183 likes from his audience, 11 replies. Down here, it's okay to not be anti-white, writes Anglo-Saxon. Another heart from Gibson, 88 likes from his audience, and climbing. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon. We're getting near the end. Anglo-Saxon over on the Hodge twins. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism? He writes 3.4 thousand likes from the Hodge twins audience. Remember, these people would never talk to me. That's okay. That's okay. They would never have me on. That's okay. Because that what matters is that we empower the population with the concepts that undermine anti-whiteism. We would love for them to have me on. It would expedite the process. We would bring more heroes. It would be less pressure on the heroes we have here. But hey, we're still doing it. Working on 4,000 likes from the Hodge twins, 122 replies and climbing. Let's keep it going. This is Anglo-Saxon NWG commenting on Jordan Peterson. The top comment on here, he has the top comment. There are 1.5 million views on this video. And this is the most likes he has ever gotten on your feet for Anglo-Saxon NWG. 7,000 plus likes from a Jordan Peterson video. 7,158 replies. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism? 7,000+ of this audience say they're sick and tired of it. What do you think of that? Would Jordan Peterson talk to me? We don't need him to, because we are swashing on his audience. Big salute to Anglo-Saxon NWG. Keeping with Anglo-Saxon NWG on Officer Tatum, getting likes, getting hearts from Officer Tatum 2 times. No more anti-whiteism. No white guilt. Saying the most profound thing that can be said today, no white guilt. But I thought, Jason, that would make non-white people not be interested. Well, Officer Tatum, he's black as they come as far as I can tell. We deserve to have Wellbeing too. A white guy, obviously, we deserve to have white Wellbeing too. Trump 2024. Officer Tatum says, yes, you do. 304 likes and 11 replies from Officer Tatum's audience. You come down here. It's okay to not be anti-white. Officer Tatum, another like, 125 likes from his audience. Let's keep it rolling. Again, with Officer Tatum, in case you didn't know what he looked like, again, Anglo-Saxon getting another like from Tatum. Who else is sick of white erasure of our norms? Officer Tatum says white erasure? Absolutely. Sick of it. Working on 500 likes from Officer Tatum and 36 replies from his audience. Here we're back with Eric the White Baron. Here he is again under Pauline Hanson. Pauline would make a great prime minister, as she would actually address the growing anti-whiteism in the country and all the problems it causes, like what we see in the NDIS. 252 likes from this supremely moral comment of this champion here from Pauline Hanson followers. Maybe Pauline herself, who knows? Here we have cool Papa J Magic over there on Jesse Lee Peterson. Anyone sick of the anti-white narrative? Working on 500 likes and 50 plus replies from Jesse Lee Peterson's audience. You can't make it more exciting than that, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for cool Papa J Magic. Cool is back again, this time under Lotus Eaters from their audience this time. 135 likes to this comment. It's not race communism, using one of our great dialectics. It's not race communism. It's anti-whiteism. So Lotus Eaters trying to push this abstractionist content that leads to oblivion for us. Cool is there. It's anti-whiteism. We can't keep turning the open targeting of our people into an abstraction. One of our beautiful dialectics. Cool is delivering it masterfully. Give it up to this swashbuckling champion. Cool back again, this time also on Officer Tatum, getting a like from Officer Tatum as well. This guy must be moral or something. Cool says anti-whiteism is the central problem. If Western social norms and expectations for behavior were still in effect and actively enforced, we would absolutely not be seeing this happening like it is now. So Officer Tatum agrees so much that he gives a heart to the comment that anti-whiteism and the white erasure of our norms is what's causing these problems. So does a growing on 400 members of his audience agree with that moral positioning. Cool again, this time on Tim Pool, nearly 700 likes from the Tim Poolian audience. The audience has to take a breath. They'll be right back. Nearly 700 likes, 26 replies. From this comment, Cool says there's nothing liberal about anti-whiteism. Remember, this is Tim Pool's audience. But Jason, it's coming from everywhere. You're damn right it is, because we're making it come from everywhere. We need to stop calling them that. Beautifully written by Cool Papa J Magic Homeless Bear in here on Ramsey Paul writes, forced multiracialism is white erasure, is anti-white. Sharing a beautiful meme. Folks, 41,000+ views under Ramsey Paul and growing. Hundreds of likes, scores of dozens of retweets. Give it up for Homeless Bear. All these people, 50,000 and climbing or nearing, seeing the concepts. This is how the world has changed. Here, Homeless Bear back again on Anthony Cumia, under Anthony Cumia. How many of Anthony Cumia's audience? 15,000 and growing views. Dozens and dozens and dozens of likes. Nobody would have ever noticed Caitlin Clark if her performance weren't drawing out in the form of viral video clips at the anti-whiteism festering within the membership of the WNBA. We only know about Caitlin Clark because of anti-whiteism. Thousands of people seeing this under Anthony Cumia's tweet. Homeless Bear. Oh, this is the Ramsey Paul one. We got that one. Let's see. This is the Spud Ruckus comment I mentioned earlier. Anti-whiteism, and this is under Patrick Bet David. Anti-whiteism has become perfectly acceptable and encouraged by our governments. We must have the right to free association. 200 likes and climbing from that guy's audience. Great Spud Ruckus. Everybody celebrating these swashbuckling champions. You can be a male swashbuckling hero. You could be a female swashbuckling hero. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. We've got one more thing to share, and it's this. We have Morten in, Norway, recently got his comment pinned on the Norway's biggest conservative news site. And they pinned the biggest conservative news site in Norway. Thanks to Morten. Give it up in big celebration for this hero. Scandinavian Westman hero. They pinned this. 89 likes and climbing. Morten wrote, it says here, the article is about how the lyrics of the intro song to a children's show have been changed. Initially focused on the heroic focus of the main character. Now is only about how the whole team works great together and everyone contributes. Morten writes, NRK's escalating anti-whiteism does not tolerate a white masculine man anymore. as a role model for Norwegian children. God damn, everybody celebrate Morten, this epic accomplishment in Scandinavia. What have we said? Does this lexicon work? Morten's saying anti-whiteism is the problem. Wouldn't you know that somehow that gets traction in Norway? Wouldn't you know across language barriers for the white race? Wouldn't you know that the number one conservative, would the number one conservative sites, news sites in America ever use the anti-Jewish comments said in a different language than English? I mean, that's never going to happen. The concepts and dialectics of the work we're doing here spread throughout the West and are acceptable to good people of all races and conservatives around the world who love our Western countries. Give it up for this hero. Got his comment pin number one, using our dialectics, using our concepts, ladies and gentlemen, in another language. And we will be back in 10 seconds. Oh my gosh. The way that we succeed, and the way that not only that we succeed, the exact way that we've said, this is how this works. It works across language barriers. It works with all moral people, whether it's in established political parties, legitimate groups, legitimate news sites, legitimate conservative, works with all moral people of all races. And this is how it's washed, and this is how it's picked up. We prove it every single week with these heroes. There's nothing more that we can do. It's changing nothing more that we have to do to prove what we've said. It's literally changing the way our victimization is discussed, and therefore putting an end to our victimization. The social morality, the moral imperative that causes white people to be white guilted and to drop our defenses and allow and capitulate to all the anti-whiteism, it changes all of that. We have the winning strategy. We need you, big white millionaires, to step up to finance so that we can take this to the next level. The white Westman-centric ADL, white positive ADL, the white positive APAC, so that we can talk to politicians, so that we can punish companies, so that we can center the conversation on the well-being of white people, and therefore, thereby, the well-being of all peoples who live in Western countries. We need that to happen sooner than later. God bless these champions. Let's get to these financial gifts. And we had two financial gifts that have come into the foundation for whitewellbeing.org or .com. We have Mark financially gifting. Everybody on your feet. Raucous emojis. Big celebration. Showing love. 07's $80 financial gift. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for your $80 to White Wellbeing at the Foundation for White Wellbeing. And we have an anonymous, everybody stay on your feet, raucous emojis celebrating, crowns and gems as we say, anonymous, gifting at the Foundation for whitewellbeing.org or .com, 100 White Wellbeing dollars. God bless you. Thank you so very much. And remember, you can financially gift at that website. Tag yours truly if you want specifically the financial gift to come to yours truly as No White Guilt or Jason Köhne or any sort of reference like that. God bless you all. Big salutes and celebration to these heroes. Let me go ahead and have a look at the financial gifts that we have here. We're going to keep rolling. We're going to get to, as I say, your comments about the attempted assassination and the lesson of the day. Although we're getting a little bit late for the lesson, we might save the lesson for next week. We'll stick with the assassination attempt. Get your comments. We'll start up that Twitter space. Actually, maybe we'll start the Twitter space now since it is already 8:45. We're not going to do another 6 hour. I don't have the ability like we did last week. So instead, we're going to go ahead and pull up the Twitter space now. If you want to share anything that we've talked about tonight, specifically, though, about the assassination attempt or otherwise, I got to salute you all. These are grave times, and we can't go into this blithely anymore, using the strategies that we have used heretofore, the ideologies we've used, the infantilism, the childishness that we have used. We have to use what works. The only thing that works is this. It works in child protective services in Canada. A court adjudicated it. Done. It works in Norway. It works in Australia. It works in the UK. It works in the United States. It works in Germany. We just translated. It works with the Dutch. It works with the Germans. It works everywhere. It works with all mainstream media. It works in people's lives. Enough. The debate is over. The discussion is over. This is what works. Please celebrate. I feel like it has to be on like one of those speakers when they introduce like Donald Trump. Please celebrate Mrs. Jess Horst, a woman with 9 children, can field a baseball team, financially gifting here today in a very serious swashbuckling day of celebration and very serious attempted assassination just yesterday, a day, July 13, 2024, going down in infamy, although maybe fame that the good Lord himself moved Donald Trump out of the way just in time. Mrs. Jess Horst with a testimonial of $100. Working class family, 9 children, just financially gifted $100. Working class family. If you are rich and you're hearing about a woman of the West with 9 kids, working class, financially gifting $100, and you've got the Maserati, you've got the big house with the heated driveway if it ever snows, wherever you are in all of this business, and you got the yacht and you got all the trips, shame on you. Shame that you're not standing up. Let's give big love to Mrs. Jess Horst. God bless you, dear lady. 3 white hearts. Let her know that you love her, her children, her family. She's inoculated. She doesn't just give financially. She's inoculated all the kids. She's got them all. She's got pictures. They all got their copies of Go Free. They're all healthy, productive members of. They're not outcasts. They don't hate like their parents for caring about the West and white people. God bless you, dear lady. We have a keep it going for Dude Bro Moment. $50 financial gift over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform, Entropy. And with those $50 working class dollars to protect white children, he writes, for white well-being. Never forget, especially those of you out there who are listening to me live or in replay, that these are working class people. If you got money, these are working class people. These are testimonials. God bless you, brother. Wilson Bear, more working class, teaching the children and the wife and he going free, inoculating them against anti-whiteism with the Go Free stratagem. $20 financial gift. Big love to Wilson Bear. Says, doing some kettlebell swing. Yes, staying in shape, being healthy, doing some kettlebell swings this Sunday today with no white guilt. Big love to you, brother. Thank you so much, Wilson Bear, a true champion. I'm going to hit all of the big financial gifts that we'll be celebrating first, although we'll be coming back if you financially gift big. $20 or more, we celebrate in the community real big for you all. And I'll be hitting those first, but we'll come back to get everyone. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for First Last. First Last over here, financially gifting 50 protect the white baby dollars, $50. And he writes, he says, for Slaughtz to switch over to Dvorak. his big dream. First, last word. Love that for everyone. God bless you, brother. $50 financial gift. We have keep the raucous emojis going. We got $200 financial gifters coming in together. $100 bills over top their heads. One of them is a young man, a young superhero, a genuine real world superhero. No white guilt clips. Ladies and gentlemen, financially gifting $100, and right by his side, Ace, financially gifting $100 as well. Gems, polished gems for them to walk on, crowns for their heads, capes for their backs, ladies and gentlemen. God bless these champions. Ace says, thanks for all your tireless work. Thank you, sister. I deeply appreciate that. Thank you, good brother Clips. We also have Dr. Igor has returned. Dr. I is in the house. 50 white well-being dollars on this day following Donald Trump's near assassination. $50. Dr. I writes this with his $50 testimonial. Jason, thanks for all you do, good sir. 07. Dr. I, the only doctor allowed near my eyes. God bless you. Good sir. Love and life over there. We got Maki. Maki has shown up over here as well. Great to see you. $25 financial gift from Maki today. We're going to be getting to your comments or questions just in just a moment on the Twitter space and on all these different platforms. Tag me as No Why Guilt. $25 financial gift from Maki saying, how can that roof be unattended? Indeed, Maki, how can it be unattended? That's no accident, in my opinion. Thank you for that $25 financial gift. Holy moly, ladies and gentlemen. Keep it going. Everybody, keep it going for the one and only, a man of so many talents, omnipathic ForNull. Financially gifting on top of everything. We played his music tonight. So much of what we do goes to the work of this hero. $50 financial gift. And he says with it, a big juicy steak. God bless you, brother. $50 from the great ForNull. Let's keep it going. And we have Years the Unifier. True champion will be streaming tomorrow night and streaming again on Thursday. Is it 6 o'clock? Both of them. Empire of Lies, Discordant Dragons. Make sure you show up over on her channel. $5 financial gift. And she says, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. God bless you, sister. She's doing great work. Check her out over there. The address will likely be shared here in just a moment. Yes, the Unifier. We also have over here on Subscribe Star, June coming in with a $10 financial gift on Subscribe Star. Thank you, June. She says, thank you, Sir Jason Köhne. You and great warriors here provide hope for my family and our people's future. I really appreciate your love and work for our people. I have copied the link today to show it with a male family member whom I hope will watch and join us at some point. I hope he does too, June. Nothing but love, hope, and redemption here. Everyone welcome of all races and all backgrounds to combat the evil of this age, which legitimizes and argues for evil outcomes by way of the argument that we need justice against white people. Keep that in mind. And if he doesn't make it today, champions here like Clips and others will be making clips of me and on this video and elsewhere that you can potentially share with him. Thank you so much for that swashbuckling, sharing us around. Coming back over here to Entropy, we have Casual Cruising, financially gifting $3. and said, thank you so much. I did not realize things were this bad in the States. Is this white erasure within the U.S. Secret Service? Yes, it is. Is it a recent phenomenon? No, it's not. He says, tied to the current cabinet? No. Yeah, definitely no. This is tied to anti-whiteism and has been in place for generations. Generations. You can go back numerous presidents and their regimes and see that they have been white erasing us from these positions for a very long time. It's only finally becoming so omnipresent that you can't dismiss your citing of it as, well, maybe that's a one-off. So thank you for that. No, it's been here for a long time, and it's just getting worse and worse. Great question by Casual Cruising, and great to see you again. And it's throughout Western civilization. And better in some places, worse in others, but throughout. We have Comicsgate. I don't believe has financially gifted before. $3. Great to see you. Thank you so much over here on Entropy. Says, feminization is the #1 goal of banker bailouts. Well, I don't. Maybe you could provide some more detail over in the live chat there. Tag me as No White Guilt. And definitely anti-whiteism and the feminization of white males is present in anti-whiteism. But if you have something more specific to identify linkage-wise, let me know. I'll take a look. Thank you for your financial gift and your comment over here. Good to see you. And we have over here on Odyssey, we have a couple financial gifts, it looks like. We have, let's see, who to thunk it? $5 financial gift over there on Odyssey. Thank you so much. Says, will Trump, I got to lean over to see, will Trump being nearly killed wake up the conservatives to their milquetoast? Is that meandering? On the anti-whites they call just crazy. Is it going to get them shot? So it's a great question, and thank you for the $5 financial gift. And the floor is open to everyone. We did get a piece of mail, and because of Donald Trump's near assassination, I was not able to get to it and doing research, but we will have it next week. And thank you so much. You know who you are, and God bless you. Thank you. But we will get to your mail next week. We will be getting to the lesson of the day next week. Our announcements, all we have to share as I open the floor to everyone. Tag me as No White Guilt. I'll be keeping an eye open for any financial gifts and requests for the microphone for the remaining 35 or so minutes that we are together. We have the announcements that I'd like y'all to send. Our great leader and champion, leader of the OT, Biospirit of the West, has been struggling with a severe summer cold. And we all know what those are like, and they can be a real pain, and they can get you down. Please, a prayer and some positive thoughts in his direction. Let's snap that cold right out of him. We'll have him back to 100% his normal self. God bless you all for that. Also, I will not be rolling in on Wednesday. Please share that with anybody who you think might not be here, might not know. This Wednesday, I will not be here. No roll in on Wednesday. Probably on Tuesday. Probably a roll in on Tuesday. Keep an eye out for that. A roll in around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will come back for a roll in going free. That's a show. That's me doing this. But it's a little bit more laid back on this Tuesday, not this Wednesday. Great question by Who to Thunk It. Will it wake up the conservatives? The answer, the easy answer, the quick answer is no. They will, and I've only gotten a hint of it today, but it's going to be coming in tsunamic style. they'll be talking abstractions. They'll be talking about how political discussion can't be violent. It's got to be about a fair debate of the ideas. And no one should be shooting anybody else. Republicans shouldn't be shooting Democrats, and Democrats shouldn't be shooting Republicans. They get this idea. And obviously it's gelded, it's dickless, it's loser leading, it's midwittery, midget wittery, it's pusillanimous, it's pusillanimity is what it is. Because to defend that abstraction, and those were a couple abstractions there, all strung together into a concept of abstractions, a shit show of abstractions. They know that there's no danger to defend that. The danger, the challenge, is to address the white person in the room. And that is to say that all of this is about attacking white people. It's obvious. It is all argued and legitimized, quote unquote, legitimized as retributive justice against white people. Donald Trump unintentionally represents a speed bump to anti-whiteism. And what are the examples of that? White erasure of white people by way of non-white immigration. White erasure of our norms in policing and punishment. White erasure of our norms when it comes to our history. White erasure of our norms when it comes to normal behavior between a man and woman. Our ideas of the family unit. It's much harder to defend there because that takes courage. It's much harder to defend there, especially if you don't have the lexical and dialectical armory of the didactic go-free stratagem, because of the anti-white, immoral, moral imperative that is foisted on us and becomes our social morality. To say it is wrong to victimize white people by the anti-white moral metric, to say that is to be immoral. And conservative content creators fear that. Your basic vague out in the world, they fear being immoral. The reality that we have learned that it is immoral to defend our well-being on the basis of our birth, to defend against our victimization on the basis of our birth, is the evidence that the ideology destroying us and Western civilization is anti-whiteism. It's not communism. Communism is a subset, a tool of anti-whiteism. It's not Marxism, economic or racial. Those are subsets of anti-whiteism. I have just slowly as I can spelled it out. I hope for the midwittery, if you heard me and that you still say, yeah, then you know the answer to your IQ test. You don't have to take anymore. You are on the left side of the bell curve. Thank you for the question. There will be some who are going to start looking, and those are the people we have to reach. Who'd have thunk it? So thank you for that. We have 10 library tokens as well from Who'd have thunk it. Over here on Odyssey says, the same feminine mindset of enforcing is that the white erasure thinking residing in the minds of the conspiracy musers entertainment over thought. Correct. Very well put. You have that same female mindset, and female mindset is a glorious, powerful thing that guys can't do, that works gloriously and powerfully for the well-being of our people. In the environment, it was created to excel. That's simple. Thank you for that. We have some, let me see, there's another financial gift, another Who'd have thunk it, 5 library tokens. Thank you so much. Says anti-whites are going to try and point out the celebration of Go Free helping the child from CPS as evidence of conspiracy, celebrating too much. I want to say that the reason we celebrate is the infernal demonizing of white well-being is totally not from nature of depravity, but from what's imposed. Well, precisely. We're celebrating that the work that we're doing is very clearly evidenced. We have our will, our heart, our purpose out as far as we can for everyone to see. And you can watch me for years and years and look at my writings for years and years. We want the world to know this is what we're all about. And the fact that a white son, a son of the West, is benefiting and is going to be protected as a consequence of the Canadian CPS and a judge weighing, okay, is it beneficial or is it harmful? The fact that they looked at it in this anti-white environment and said it's not harmful, the child can go back, is something really, truly to celebrate. The child is being protected. So absolutely. We have some tags over there, but I'm going to move around because we have other tags and other requests. Let me see who is requesting. Mike, we got the great Slaughtz asking for the mic. I'll pass it over to him. Then I'm going to take a look at all of your comments. I'm going to try to work my way around on Twitter, under the thread, on the chat as quickly as possible. It goes to the great Slaughtz. When you have the mic, brother, speak up.
Hey, brother.
Hey.
Okay, I guess I can be heard. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to just speak to. I have the Wu flu. So.
Oh man! All right. Prayers for swift recovery.
Thank you. Yeah, I had like fire throat a week ago. It was really horrible. But I wanted to speak to this kind of interaction with family members regarding the Trump assassination, because you're going to have anti-white family members, especially anti-white women, who are going to breathe these breaths of resignation. They're not going. It's not going to necessarily be that he's not dead. It's going to be that they still have to deal with him.
Yeah.
And getting through this anti-white milieu of resignation over what happened, they're going to try, the media specifically, is going to try to blame Trump for his own assassination by saying Trump made the violent rhetoric, that kind of anti-white framing. And I know it pisses me off to hear that kind of framing. It's really grotesque. And I've been trying to think of how to, because you're going to have those grandmas going, well, I want to believe the news that says it's all about Trump and Trump's the one at fault. And I was thinking, I don't really know how to approach it, and I wanted to see if you had an approach.
That's a really great question, because that is what we're going to be facing, all of us, in our families, our friends, our work circles. How are we going to approach this, and what kind of arguments? I guess the first thing we need to identify, like the great Slaughtz is doing there, is what kind of arguments are going to be made by anti-whites around us and the vagues around us, and what are we trying to achieve with them? So hardcore anti-whites, just moving past them and ignoring what they have to say. They have no value. Everybody else underneath of that, we're trying to bring to an understanding to one degree or another of the story that we live by way of these concepts. So we're communicating these concepts and these dialectics. What series of arguments might they make? The argument that it's Trump's fault is certainly going to be one of them. Very basically, and I think maybe this would be something on Tuesday we could talk about health, nutrition, working out, and maybe give us a little bit of time to think about the kind of responses based on the kind of arguments that we're seeing from vagues and anti-whites on social media. Definitely, we could hit more of it up at that time. But I think initially, what we can say is certainly for the newcomers, people listening live on replay, is that anti-whites are going to make any and every imaginable anti-white based argument against Trump, against the assassination, or for the assassination, Trump causing the assassination, since they are all anti-white, just to make this as simple and clear and as possible for everybody to pick up and use right away, going directly to the anti-white origin of those arguments is a magnificent place to get started. Depending upon who you're talking to, it can be an outright, that's obviously anti-white, that's disgusting. And remember, you're the moral actor in the conversation. Did somebody different, you might say, isn't that anti-white? Isn't that an anti-white thing to say? Wouldn't you say that? Would you say that of this or that politician? Would you be for the assassination of anybody else? Would you celebrate or be angry with the inability to assassinate a politician? And I would also vector every conversation about Trump being responsible and his rhetoric to the rhetoric of the media. And you need only look up if you wanted to have some one or two things to cite after saying that their argument is anti-white. That's where you want to begin, or to speculate. Isn't this anti-white what you're saying? You could have one or two cases. You could talk about, you could mention about Biden talking about the crosshairs on, or target on Trump. You could mention that, what was that actress, that F-level, D-level actress that held up Trump's head? There are, it seems like an infinite number, and everyone knows this. Your interlocutor, your audience will know this as well. And if they choose to deny reality for the purpose of that conversation, it is a form of gaslighting. And this is one of the worst things a person can do. You want to end the conversation right there. If you say, and this is what I do, this is how I keep my sanity in dealing with these people. If you say, oh, if they say, well, it's really Trump's fault, I'd point out that's totally anti-white. To say that these crazed anti-white people with their anti-white rhetoric, that everything is white people's fault, that they go and they try to murder this guy, that they try to murder this president, to claim that it's his fault because of the things he says, is rabidly anti-white, especially when you and I both know that we are surrounded dawn till dusk, 7 days a week, with the media, entertainment and otherwise, saying wild things about him being Hitler and the devil, and calling for his death, and putting on plays of him being killed and rap songs of him being killed, and actresses. And if they know all that too, because they're looking at the media, if they hear you say that and they say, no, that's not happening, you walk away immediately from the conversation, because you are dealing with somebody that is so defective and corrupt in their character and so desirous of arriving at an anti-white conclusion that they will deny reality to your face. And that's somebody that you want to end the conversation with. That's a great question. I want everybody thinking about and looking out for the kind of arguments that anti-whites are making now, and thinking about the kinds of arguments that they will make. And when we get back together on Tuesday, we'll share those, and you all can share your responses. We'll be looking for those who are practicing Go Free and the kind of responses that they have that they've put together. But fantastic question, Slaughtz. Anything else you want to say?
So I don't know if a lot of conservatives listen to your stream, but we're not going to have a reckoning if we don't, get filled with piss and vinegar about this. And we try to have one. These selfish individualist secret service agents, they can still feel fear if we, look for actual justice to be served and for responsibility. So I don't know if any conservatives need to hear that. but that's something I wanted to say. And then another thing I wanted to mention and thought occurred to me was all these anti-white pigs, these women that post on Twitter are screeching like banshees. None of these pigs are going to be visited by Secret Service, and they should be.
Yeah.
And you know exactly that we would be visited by Secret Service and intimidated and terrorized by the anti-white regime if we said anything near that they said. And so that's something to keep in mind, I think.
That's a great point. You're 100% right. If I were to say, or Slaughtz were to say, repeat exactly what they had said, but about assassinating their candidate, say somebody who's not holding office now, even before we were done posting, the FBI and the Secret Service would be kicking the door in. We all know it's the case. Bear Lady is here. Great to see you. Janice, I can see your comments. It looks like I just looked up. Timmy is here. Looking for tags for No White Guilt. I'll be giving the microphone over in just a moment to the next request. I really don't understand how this stream doesn't have thousands of people watching. With the swash through and the achievements we have, let's keep pushing. I know. God bless you. Thank you for that, Sam Muski. I have a suggestion from this live when you're talking about, quote, money, attention, and fame to be remixed with non-point by, quote, bullet with a name, very fitting, says Antiwhiteism ends with you. Well, I don't know what that is, but I'm intrigued. I will probably look that up. Miss Rocker Red is here. Great to see you. So many champions showing up on a very important day, the day after. We should remember this, the July 13, 24 for all time, because it's not the assassin, and it's not the fact that Trump was hit by the assassin's bullet, but it is what we have to infer here is the good Lord's divine intervention to move him out of the way just far enough that this bullet didn't streak through his head and the vacuum rip his brains out of his skull. Nancy Drew is here. I'm looking for the tags on YouTube and these other platforms really quickly. Great to see everybody in here. Great to see everybody participating. We are the community making a difference in the world. No new tags on Entropy. What about the chat on Twitter? Daughter of Eve says, the assassin should have engaged, saying the assassin, you mean the snipers at the shooting on the assassin? Yeah, they should have fired immediately. Why would you tolerate a single second of somebody climbing over a roof with an AR-15? And you know that your protectee is one football field away, both end zones, a couple more yards, one football field away from where the assassin is positioning him or herself. Fire instantly. Let's see if there are any other tags for me. Great to see everybody over there on the live chat who are sharing there. I see the realist is over there. Yeah, brother, go ahead.
It's not. It's just like a point you always make about anti-white criminals. It's not magnanimously ignored, the anti-white narrative, when they're saying, "Oh, I can wait before I shoot the motherfucker." Yeah. So, sorry, excuse my language.
No, great point. You're absolutely right. Great point. Let's see who else we have here. It looks like tonight, record-setting number on viewers on Twitter. So that's good to see. Please share it around. And it's amazing. I guess it's fitting that the people who are actually doing things and changing things are the people who really have to struggle for the audience. But it is the way it is. I see Karen is on the thread underneath of the live stream on Twitter. Hello back to you. She says, I can see and hear how upset you are. Thank you. The great Anglo-Saxon NWG over there as well. Wonderful to see you, good brother. And Masumek, hello, sister, says, thanks, Jason, for this live stream. This all on the thread underneath. Let's see, back to the Twitter space. And we have a request from Perbe. Is that what that is? And we will pass the mic to you. I don't think you've been on before. Just know, and you might not be inclined to do this at all, no racial slurs here on the stream, please. The mic is yours. You can unmute and share your thoughts on this assassination attempt of Donald Trump. When you see that you have the mic, you can unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, great.
What's on your mind?
Well, I was up pretty late last night, so running with little finger, trying to compile all the things about the assassin and all public information that we can get a hold of at the moment. So that's been pretty interesting.
Right, I bet there's been a lot of info out there.
Yeah, a lot of mainstream news being misreported, misinformation. Kind of funny. A bunch of, idiots on the internet are more informed.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously the big establishment media are going to keep a lid on so much of the information and misrepresent. I mean, for God's sakes, even Fox was not saying that Trump was shot, which is outrageous. But of course, I guess we know that about Fox now as well. But was there anything specific about the assassination or your thoughts about moving forward here after the assassination that you thought you'd like to share?
Very interesting. So one of the things that you were talking about earlier, you were talking about malice and if they don't say, "Oh, we're happy this didn't happen the way the killer intended," then they will be just completely heartless about it. And I want to say that I think it's apathy. I think more than anything, these people, they want to say that it's not okay that he was shot at, but they wanted it anyways.
Right. I see what you're saying. Yeah, there will be folks. I could see folks out there who are not, I guess, maybe gross enough in their behavior that they would say, "Oh, I really would have liked him to have his head blown off on national television." But yeah, they're still of the mind that they would rather him have died yesterday. I could see that.
Yeah. And it's not even Trump. It's the one bystander that's not related to him, that's innocent, and who's killed in the crossfire, quite literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's him that's dead, and you have people like Destiny going on and saying he's in hell and all this shit.
Destiny said he was in hell? The guy who got shot?
Burning in hell.
Wow.
And he made fun of him for dying on the bleachers.
What a revolting individual. And his audience filled with revolting people. And the kind of content creator that is seemingly, I don't have evidence of it, but seemingly pushed by social media, these people who are harmful to our people, harmful to the conversation about the well-being of the country and how we repair things. They are obviously, there are a lot of anti-whites that are going to follow them, but they seem to also garner more attention and more opportunity than organically would yield for them. And so here's this guy in the stands is obviously loved America, because this is, people don't know, your average person doesn't know all of the nuts and bolts, all of like the, almost like the detritus, if you will, because it seems to get made and then broken and made again, of Trump's policies, and are saying to themselves, as a working class. This guy was I think a former firefighter, as like a working class person. Yeah.
He was a fire chief,
a
loving husband, and these people, they don't know his politics. They don't know who he is. He could be, a MAGA communist for all they know, and they're completely and wholesale advocating for the death of people, that anyone that's associated, anyone that shows up at any event.
Yeah, just it really shows not only, and I think this is what's really important to focus on, is that not only are these people, we can use a lot of different words about their malice and their mentality and about their degeneracy, but they are able to do this to that which has been dehumanized, and that is Western kind, the white population and good non-white people who side with white people about or on with the policies that make for a healthy white Western country dehumanized. And so therefore you can just kill us, you can kill the supporters, and you're making a great point there, that they don't even have to know the particulars. They can just see that it was an attendee at a Trump rally, therefore the life has no value, even though this guy was throwing himself over his wife and daughter to protect them. And that's how he got shot through the head in the process of that heroic act. This is the anti-whites. This is the anti-whiteism that motivates them. The ideology, the religion, if you will, that motivates them. And that's what we have to contend with. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. I didn't know he was that much of a piece of filth, but apparently he is.
Well, it's sharks smelling the blood, really, what it is. They saw an opportunity and they took it.
I think you're right. Well said. You can stay on, just mute yourself, and we'll see how much more time we have, or how much more time we're able to give. And we have another request for Mike, and it's the one and only. I haven't seen him in a while.
Can I?
Oh, yes, speak up, Slaughtz, and then we'll bring on white student
This
transmission.
might come from a negative history of negativity, white negativity, but the way I'm looking at it now is these grandmas with deep sighs about these anti-whites saying that an audience member, it's just gross, deserves to die. It's just totally disgusting. Or like it's really from a white negative background, saying it's like they're moderate Muslim kind of things.
Yeah.
And maybe that's one way to look at it. If you come from a white negative background, is that they're moderate anti-whites and it's still not acceptable. It's gross. And if that's what you need to do to think in order to ante up the condemnation of them, then maybe that'll help you out.
Great point. Yeah, well said. Let's bring on white student transmission. When you have the mic, you can unmute. Good to hear from you, brother. What is on your mind about this assassination attempt? And I'm keeping an eye out for everybody's at No White Guilts. If you have something to say or ask in the meantime, or after we get white student transmission's thoughts. Not hearing you come through, brother. I see. Oh, it says you're connecting. So you might. Oh, there you are. So let's see if we can make sure that you're on this time. White student transmission, get the microphone and his thoughts.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can, brother. Mic is yours.
Sorry, guys. I had some connection issues. I had to drop and rejoin.
No worries.
I joined a little late today, but I just wanted to kind of, based on what I'm hearing, I just wanted to kind of throw out some advice if I could. We already know that we don't control the narrative, right? The coordinated myriad, they have control of the narrative, and that's what makes a lot of this stuff frustrating. So don't let that get you down. What I do is I use short one-sentence comments like, they wouldn't have shot him if he wasn't white, or if he was non-white. Short, efficient remarks like that to kind of push people's thoughts in the correct direction, as opposed to like comparisons and things that lead to very timely back and forth arguments. Second point, I urge you guys, when you see high profile people or anyone else make incriminating statements, screenshot that, use that as a piece of evidence and circulate it and use it to teach to it. Show people why that was wrong. And that little piece of evidence is going to continue to circulate long after we pass this event. But it all builds up in the collective mind. You know what I mean? So it all helps. It's not just small stuff. It's all grains of sand on the heap we're building, right? Final point is, don't let the narrative go off into the weeds, because I've seen multiple people want to say, oh, it's this conspiracy and that one, and we're going to go down this rabbit hole of this agency. And I'm like, no, we're keeping this focus on the anti-white narrative and the anti-white motive. And we're staying on this path. Like, we're not going to go off and talk about agencies in other countries. None of that's relevant to me. So that was just my 2 cents, guys. I just wanted to throw it in.
Perfectly said. Great points, brother. Thank you for calling in, and it's good to see you, and I'm glad you're doing well. I see you out there. Retweet you on Twitter. It's looking good. I'm glad you're having some success. White student transmission, ladies and gentlemen. Perfectly said. We also have Keltman over here. Where was it? This was on Rumble. And let's see if I can find it again. He says, anti-whiteism runs deep. And great comment. It absolutely does. It's into the minds. It is the social fabric of Western civilization, not just here in the United States, but it will continue to produce these kinds of outcomes until we address the phenomenon, which is what we do with the Go Free lexicon and dialect. It's very simple. There is a nomenclature, but it isn't deep, and it's easy to learn. You can begin applying it to your life right away. It'll make positive changes in your life, not just arguing with friends or family, but you'll find that by being infected with anti-white ideas, which become the operating system in your subconscious mind, that yes, you can briefly override with your conscious mind, but needs to be replaced with a conscious override that then translates to the subconscious mind. We teach you how to do that. It's a very simple process with the Go Free stratagem in the Go Free book that you can get on Amazon and at nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com if you wanted a signed one, but it's available audiobook with the exclusion of the appendice at the end. Also, it is available digitally, and you can also get a physical copy. But until we address the actual moral imperative, immoral as it is to us, in our lives, we can't fix any of this. That's why everything else falls on its face. Politics falls on its face. Culture falls on its face. Firings of people fall on their face. They just get replaced. Politicians fall on its face. We want all of these things to work. The only way they're going to work is to address the thing at the very bottom of it, which is the morality that moves a social entity, which we call a country, we call a nation, we call a state, an empire. The social morality is at the very bottom. Everything grows out of that. And by addressing it with the Go Free stratagem, proven successfully. I mean, we just even talking about in this stream, if you're late, Rosca Rise in Canada, the father of one of her children ran off with the boy, or kept him far longer, months and months and months longer than he was supposed to, told the CPS in Canada under a different name in Canada, much stricter even than CPS in the United States and in other Western countries, that Jason Köhne was a cult leader, literally told the court this, literally told the CPS in Canada that, and that the book, Go Free, the strategy, the practice was nothing but hate and all of these other things. Their CPS looked at it, a judge looked at it and adjudicated that I'm not a cult leader, this is not a cult, and that the strategy, the practice is no danger to this little son of the West. And he was returned to his mother along with an order for the father to pay a $1,000 fine to cover her court costs. So this is nothing but victories. Victory also we discussed in this Going Free gathering, this show, the use of the strategy and the lexicon in Norway, another language of the white race, successfully used in Norway, pinned by the leading conservative news website in the country as their top comment. So everything is changing with this, and we want everybody to truly understand that the hour is beyond late. When assassin bullets are allowed, which is clearly what happened, I mean, my opinion, of course, but are allowed to streak toward the head of the guy, the leading figure who isn't anti-white enough. He's not some champion of the white race. He's just a speed bump to anti-whiteism, and that's all they need to murder him. When that bullet is allowed to travel toward his head before the shot is taken to take out the assassin, you know that we are well into night. And if we ever want to see a sunrise again, it's going to have to be a sunrise in the west. And we are going to have to lift that star into the sky. We have Dandy Westman financially gifting. Great to see you, champion, over here on Entropy, $3. What separates the winners from the losers is how a person reacts to each new twist of fate. Donald Trump tweet, September 20, 2014. Well, I'll have to look at that, but you're absolutely right. Him climbing to his feet, as we were discussing earlier, not knowing whether or not he was dead. And by that, I mean, if it's a colloquialism, if you're outside of English speaking, or maybe even outside of the United States, it just means that you are not able to be repaired. Death is imminent, and he still got to his feet, raised his fist, and what could have been his final message to America was fight, fight, fight. That is the deed of a real hero. People don't do that. If you ever watch like the videos where the few times where like gangbangers who are supposedly real tough, right? Where bullets start flying and you never see people crawl on their bellies so fast, dive over and do anything they can to put somebody else's body in front of them. So they are cowards. Trump is a hero standing out there, rally after rally, probably to some degree, I don't know what, fully aware that the Secret Service is essentially conniving, by the true sense of that word, with would-be assassins. Hey, we've left all of these areas open and available for you to take your shot, for you to plant your explosive device, whatever it might be, to get close enough with a blade to run it into Donald Trump's throat. Who knows? But they have allowed the security to break down far enough that you could, an assassin could climb on the roof of the ARG building, a mere football field, including the end zones, away from the rostrum, with a beautifully clear line of sight, with an AR-15 223 round traveling at 3,300 feet per second, accurate for 4 times that distance. That was a guaranteed assassination, and they allowed him to take the shot. And it was by, I never forget this, we looked at the video, it was by the grace of God that Trump turned his head and struck with the assassin's bullet, but only through his ear. We got one more request for Mike, and let's see who that is.
Could I speak?
Jump to it.
So I just wanted to give one last warning about looking too deeply into the motives of the killer. He's not special. Don't look into him like he's some kind of special case. He's a perpetrator of anti-whiteism. So we know that. You don't have to look into it. And we should only see his ugly mug once in our life, and that's it. And then we should look forward to stopping anti-whiteism.
Amen. Amen to that. Thank you for saying that, because it's so true. There's going to be this inclination in most people to want to know more and more about the assassin. The assassin is just an anti-white, defective POS. You should take this energy, the angst, the fear, the anger, and put it into remedying the environment that breeds the kind of person that this guy Crooks was, and the kind of people in the Secret Service that are hiring these, we didn't get around to it, these fat-bottomed, 5.5 foot tall girls. So the white erasure there that can't do the job that needs to be done. The kind of people in the Secret Service that saw this guy getting up on a roof and were watching him, and et cetera, the rest of the law enforcement that sat idly by. There is something in all of them, and it's this anti-white, this anti-whiteism and the anti-white narrative that calls them to take the steps that they took that led to what should have been an assassination of Donald Trump yesterday, and only by the grace of God is not. We're going to hand it over to Joshua real quick. We'll get his thoughts. We're going to get out of here in a moment. I want to thank, is it Perbe and every White Stew Transmission, Slaughtz, Joshua, for everybody who participated, everybody who financially gifted. And like I said, I'll be back on probably Tuesday. Won't be here on Wednesday. We'll be doing this all over again. Want to get your thoughts then. Joshua, mic is yours.
Yeah, I was just wondering, your thoughts. Speaking of the grace of God, I've heard a lot of, Catholic commentators and evangelicals saying that, that this whole thing was like a divine intervention is the only reason why Trump is still alive. Do you agree with that? Because I hear so many others saying it online that it was like divine intervention and God pretty much spared Donald Trump from being assassinated yesterday. A lot of them have been talking about it since yesterday.
Yeah. And I'm thankful for you asking that. And we'll be wrapping up on that. And I think Spud Ruckus's comment right here. Roscoe Rise is here. Big salutes and congratulations to getting your son of the West back using the Go Free stratagem, wearing her lucky Eindolin from this community. But when it comes to discussing divine intervention and the way I'm using it here, talking about the good Lord intervening, what's important to remember is that we are the actors of, and I don't mean actors as in a play, we are the people acting out the acts which result in our deliverance or our demise. We need to remember that we hold that power, not some divine entity. God will allow us to go to perdition. It is in very rare cases, in my opinion, that the good Lord himself will intervene, but he will not do the work for us. He will not give us victory. He will not protect us from evil. That is for us to do. And it is one of the biggest flaws that I think was encouraged in Christianity that led people to the place where they say servile things like, let's just pray. Let's just ask God. No. Nowhere in history do we see the evidence that anything we could interpret, that we can verify, anything that we can interpret as divine intervention, being gifted a people who are doing nothing but acting like spoiled children, begging for help from a parent, a God. The only thing that is sensible for mankind, and specifically for us, Western kind, is to realize that the reins, the steering wheel, is in our hands. We are going to be our own deliverers, or it's not going to happen. And if there is a moment in that point of delivering ourselves and our countries for the good of everyone of all races who live in our countries, if we are going to achieve that, and in the midst of that fight, with all of our energy, all of our lives, and any divine being would know how much of it we're giving and how much we're holding back. If then there is something like this that would disrupt that, then a creator would intervene. Do not fall prey to the idea that some divine being is going to do it for us, or even worse, that our victory is preordained by some divine being. It does not work that way, and it is destructive to think so. It's one of these weaknesses sewn into our people that someone else is going to do it for us, not only a divine being, but a great golden lion in the form of some singular leader. We all have to fight for our people and our countries. The West and the control of our destiny was defeated at the dinner table. Donald Trump's not going to be able to be there. Somebody who can tell you about how bad another race has been or how bad crime stats are, and they can do it all from memory. They're not going to be at your dinner table. They're not going to be at the lathe. They're not going to be at the water cooler. That is where the West was lost. That's where our destiny was lost. And that's where we can and must and only can recapture it. Spud says here, not discounting negative impacts, but we have to be thankful for the internet and cell phones and modern tech for the ability to analyze all this without the media filter. Amen to that. And in that vein, we can thank the white race for delivering this technology to us, even though there is quite a lot of effort by white anti-whites, obviously non-white anti-whites as well, to restrict, to censor, to shadow ban, to glitch ban. I mean, I'm facing it all the time. It is because of this technology that wonderful people and wonderful contributions from non-white people as well have provided us that we can now communicate the remedy to our plight, to our victimization. It's now or never. The bullet that was meant for Donald Trump yesterday is meant for all of us. Let's make sure that a bullet never comes that close again. I love you all. Let's go free.